with the aim of destruction of our nation, our kids, our families, our state.
He asked Israel why they have not introduced more sanctions or sent more aid to Ukraine. Negotiations continue on a new Iranian nuclear deal. Wyoming Republican Representative Liz Cheney is one of the critics.
It is wrong to be doing this deal no matter what. It is certainly indefensible with the Russians in the middle of it, given that they are a pariah state, that Putin is a war criminal. Even if they weren't in the middle of it, though, this is absolutely the wrong time to be providing a windfall to the Iranians.
Cheney on NBC's Meet the Press. But Connecticut Senate Democrat Chris Murphy on the same program said that any critics of the deal are not seeing the big picture. America is listening to Fox News.
Help support those most in need. Team 26 is a civic group of residents on a mission to help Guam's homeless. The Hands Across the Island event is Saturday, March 26th. That'll have members walking mile by mile through many villages to simulate the struggles of our homeless community. You can support them through monetary donations. Docomo Pacific subscribers text the words Team 26 to 4357 or help to make a $10 donation with each text. Other donations can be made at GuamHomelessCoalition.org. Just note Team 26. Team 26. We got your back.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Authorities in Texas say a 17-year-old boy is dead after a fight in a parking lot at a Houston birthday party. It happened early this morning when multiple people opened fire. The Harris County Sheriff's Office says 2 other 17-year-old boys were wounded and a 14-year-old girl. One of the injured boys was last reported in critical condition. No suspects have yet been identified by investigators. Disney is facing criticism for hosting a performance by a group of Texas students. Fox's Samantha Liebman explains.
A Disney spokesperson in a statement said the Port Neches Groves High School drill team's performance this past week, quote, did not reflect our core values and we regret it took place. Video posted to Twitter shows the Indianettes doing a stereotypical war cry in the Magic Kingdom as a drum beats in the background. The performance also included chants of scalp 'em. According to the Disney statement, an audition tape the school provided in order to perform was not the same as the actual performance. According to a Port Neches Grove school spokesperson, this is the 8th time that the school performed the routine at Disney World. The spokesperson says Disney has never asked ahead of time about the planned performance. Samantha Liebman, Fox News.
A small library in Maine wants to fill its shelves with books banned elsewhere.
The volunteer-supported library sits on Matinicus Island, 22 miles off the coast of Maine. And Eva Murray has been out looking for books banned in other communities, including such classics as To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee, The Grapes of Wrath by John Steinbeck, and Catch-22 by Joseph Heller. Murray tells the Bangor Daily News, we are buying banned books in order to publicly push back against the impetus to ban books, to say, if you don't want it in your library, we want it in ours. Roger Stern, Fox News.
And I'm Joe Giro, Fox News.
Hoffaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Half a day. This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. Gas prices continue to rise and we are here to help. We have revised Programan Salapi to provide a $300 direct cash assistance payment to most households. We heard your struggle and we hope this relief will help during these difficult times. Applications will be accepted starting Tuesday, March 15, 2022. For more information, visit doa.guam.gov.
This ad is paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
Back at it again with the Lenten season menu with Mezcla, giving you a variety of food you can enjoy enjoy and pick from, like the fish tacos, spicy buttered shrimp, parrotfish escabeche, lobster pad capral pasta, crab-crusted Chilean sea bass, and more. There you have options. Offered at Hagåtña location for lunch and dinner only at Mezcla. For reservations, call 671-479-2652. What are you waiting for? Let's go celebrate the Lenten season with Mezcla.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. It's 6:06 on Monday, March 21. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on the point. Rescue units are still searching for two fishermen who were swept off the reef in Irahan over the weekend. GFD officials say units from the Fire Department, Coast Guard, and HSC 25 conducted a 3-day search for two men, ages 24 and 28, outside the reef line and along the shoreline from Bear Rock to Talafofo Bay. Drones and rescue personnel on jet skis were deployed, but divers were unable to perform dive operations due to hazardous sea and surf conditions. No other details were released as of news time. And a man has been charged in connection with an earlier riot at the Derrida skate park. 28-year-old Mark Anthony Nalikat was interviewed by police officers about the March 3 riot and was charged in connection with another riot that occurred a month before. He was identified as being involved in the recent riot, but was not charged. Court documents state that on February 10, Nalikat punched, kicked, and hit another man in the head with a skateboard at the park. He was charged with aggravated assault. Meanwhile, former Corrections Deputy Director Joey Terlahi is seeking more evidence ahead of his August 31 trial. Terlahi is accused of exposing a victim to a risk of serious bodily injury at a barbecue in 2017 and ignoring and abusing his position as a government official in relation to a crime. Investigators say he helped then-mayor of Zotnya, Jesse Blas, who beat his girlfriend and detained her for 3 days. Terlahi pleaded not guilty to felonious restraint as a third-degree felony and 2 counts of official misconduct as misdemeanors. A hearing was set for the 31st of this month. We'll have more news after this.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. No services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
The Guam Board of Medical Examiners is investigating several complaints against local doctors, but says the board lacks the necessary investigators and a board attorney. Some investigations date back to 2019, and the board's administrative staff has been discussing creating a job description and classification. Chairman Nathaniel Berg says the board is closer to attaining an attorney. He says 3 attorney offices responded to a request for proposal and are being reviewed by administrative staff. He adds that the board needs additional funding from the legislature to cover the cost of the hires, and they are reviewing their budget. The next step is to get authorizing signatures from the offices of the AG and the governor. And Governor Luliang Guerrero is asking Congress to include Guam in a bill that would ease gas prices. Hawaii Congressman Ed Case's bill seeks a Jones Act waiver specifically for oil shipments to Hawaii, which is now under review by the U.S. House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. The governor is asking for an amendment to be made to the bill to include Guam and other U.S. territories as eligible ports exempted from certain Jones Act provisions for the transportation of oil and fossil fuels to offset the rising costs of fuel. The governor has not received a response as of news time. Meanwhile, Public Health says Guam's sewage could help predict when another COVID surge might be on the way. The CDC launched a national wastewater surveillance system, which monitors community wastewater samples to see if SARS-CoV-2 is present. Public Health wants to implement a similar program on the island. Public Health Branch Director for COVID Surveillance, Vince Campos, says tests on wastewater are meant to find out how much of the virus is present in sewage rather than positive or negative results like regular COVID tests. A pilot wastewater surveillance program was launched last fall, and samples were collected and sent off island for processing. Public Health Chief Medical Officer Dr. Bob Leon Am I missing a name here? I don't know. Says the pilot program showed evidence of last year's Delta surge before it started. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Call me Bob.
Dr. Bob.
Just call me Bob. It's all.
Now I got to double check if I just.
No, it's okay. Well, maybe it was your power supply. Maybe there was a power supply for the computer. We're sharing power supplies.
We're
here
all
this
doctors.
Morning. It's Monday.
Dr. Bob. Dr. Ray.
Dr.
Dr.
Real
Joe. Dr. Real Joe.
Says isolated showers in the forecast today. I got mostly sunny skies. Daytime highs here today. 87 degrees. It's hot. It is hot. You know, I got that thing at the house, right? So if my power consumption goes up over a certain level, I get an email. Yeah, I got an email, and it's like, God, I was barely even home this weekend. What do you mean it's over 50 kilowatt hours? Get out of here with that noise, would you? I won't pay. I'll be like that old lady. I just won't pay. East winds 11 to 16 miles an hour, gusting as high as 21. And that's just enough to get grass fires started in the center of the island. Mostly cloudy tonight. Overnight lows 77. Easterly winds blowing 11 to 14 miles an hour. Will gust as high as about 18. Mostly sunny in the forecast tomorrow. Another hot day, 88 degrees, 11 to 16 mile an hour wind with decent 20 mile an hour or so gusts. And partly cloudy skies in the forecast for tomorrow night. Heat index today, it's going to feel like 92 degrees. Yeah, that helps. 10% chance of rain, not helping. And the high fire danger warning is high. I don't know. It's a weird set of words here. High fire danger warning. It doesn't roll.
I made it up, man.
It just doesn't roll. It needs to be able to. Your backyard's going to burn today. There's a very good chance that the mountain near your house will go up in flames. Sunset tonight is 6:32, but all of the smoke and ash in the sky makes for a beautiful, more vivid sunset, don't you think?
It's beautiful, man.
It'd look like brake lights. You know, it's one of those things. Sunrise this morning, not till 6:25. At 6:12, that's news and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 67 and a half years.
Introducing the phone that makes epic the standard, the Samsung Galaxy S22. This Galaxy is oh so beautiful and now available at GTA. Get the Samsung Galaxy S22 on HPO with the Live Limitless wireless plan and enjoy unlimited talk, text, high-speed data, and more for only $55 a month. And for a limited time, when you buy the Samsung Galaxy S22, you'll receive a $200 gas card for free. Come in today and make the Samsung Galaxy and Live Limitless your epic standard. Terms and conditions apply. GTA, we start with you.
Half a day. This is Jade Uggan from Security Title. And in celebration of Tomorrow Month, here is a tip on dealing with your land. You might be thinking of giving part of your property to your child or another family member. Once you have subdivided the property and recorded the map, you will also need to record the deed transferring the title. Just drawing the map is not enough to make sure they actually own the land. Protehi I Tanonmu. When it comes to your family land, call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
Ray Gibson Show, portions being brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by Wendy's with their new Hot Honey Chicken Biscuit. That'll spice up your morning. It starts with an all-white meat breakfast chicken filet drizzled with a hot honey sauce. Then they serve it up with a warm, fluffy buttermilk biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new Hot Honey Chicken Biscuit for breakfast only at Wendy's.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Stand by, about to sneeze. God, it disappeared. It went away. It was right there. I set it up. And then I closed the microphone because I didn't want to get snot on it. And then it went away.
That's weird, man.
Oh.
You feel like you lost something?
I did. How do I get it back? It's like that old lady dropped the rock in the ocean at the end of Titanic. It's gone forever until, James Cameron sent something else down there to go pick it up. Anyway, 6:15, welcome to the program. Excuse me. Let me just calm down. Calm down, Ray. It's only Monday. I got to talk slow. I gotta talk slow.
Yeah, we're pacing ourselves today.
We're gonna try to. I'm gonna work through pacing myself. So, and I could hear you, as the music was playing in the background, holler off in the studio. My God, what a weekend!
Oh yeah, it was great.
Did you have a good time this weekend?
I had a great weekend.
Well, except for the fact that my electric bill over the weekend is precipitously high. I don't know what else. It's Friday. Colin got married on Friday.
Oh, congratulations!
So swung by and checked him and Mrs. Colin out, and it was nice. And then we had John Ananich was on the radio in the morning and invited us over to Sidelines that night. And so I went and did some of that yesterday. Was there another fundraiser
you were
yesterday?
Busy. You went to Sandra's fundraiser.
I went to Sandra's fundraiser on Saturday, and good times. I met her parents.
No.
I met her mom and dad. And
so it's getting serious.
No. There's just huge listeners. I mean, these people are every morning from the crack of the beginning of the program, and even in the shower. Sandra's mom takes the radio with her, the phone, into the shower this morning. No, was that TMI?
It's dangerous.
Okay. Yeah. Well, it's not like the old days. You put a radio in a shower, you kill somebody. Yeah. Now you drop an iPhone, you're just out $1,000. But anyway, so it's so nice to meet you guys, and what a terrific fundraiser that was. And then another fundraiser yesterday. I swear to God, people, I was at Bell's every single day, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and just have some fun here. I ordered a different drink every time. So every time the lady walks in, said, Budweiser? No, I take a big wave today. So walked in the other big wave today. I'm thinking Michelob Ultra. That's what I'm thinking. Come on, man, make up your mind.
They're going to give you the key to the village, bro.
We're just a regular village bar. Knock it off. Where do you think you are? Tuman. But anyway, so it was a good time there. And of course, I told you on Friday, beach weekend, right? Beach weekend. So I got a couple hours over at Jimmy D's yesterday and Saturday, and you know what they had on Saturday?
Volleyball.
No. Was not volleyball.
It's not women's volleyball, Ray. Come on, man.
It was not women's volleyball over the weekend. They did have some yesterday, but yesterday on Saturday, a bunch of guys showed up and started doing beach soccer.
Oh. Wow.
Soccer on the beach. Now, you're not playing the entire
Military
beach,
guys,
right?
huh?
No. Locals. Local kids. Local kids were out there. So they set up a little net over here. Oh, there were two weird things going on. So they had beach soccer. It looks like regular soccer, except you played on the beach, which I imagine has got to kick up the cardio level to, oh, my God. And then there was another one that looked like volleyball, except the net was low. And you weren't allowed to use your hands. You could use your feet. You could use your head. You can use everything
Extreme
else
cornhole.
except again.
I know what you're talking about, man.
Local kids. I'm going. What the heck is going on? This like everybody. People are just inventing sports. Now, I think we ought to have a couple of different versions of it. We ought to have the regular version of the sport and the Dededo skate park version of the court. Also, we used to call them Australian rules. But I think the Dededo skate park now is, I think, quickly earning a reputation as maybe one of the worst places to be after dark. And I'm sure it's got people wondering, maybe we ought to just dig it up. I mean, if that's the kind of people that it's going to attract in the middle of the night, maybe we ought not to have this attractive, as we used to refer to it back in the day, an attractive nuisance, right? It's like having a swimming pool. You got to have a gate on the pool because somebody's going to go in there and kill themselves, and you're going to be liable for it. Anyway, 6:19 in the morning, I may yet sneeze. I can feel it bubbling up. I can feel it bubbling up in the nose, like they're.
It's like no more COVID, bro.
I'll try to sneeze in Joe's direction.
Thank you.
If it comes down to it. Anyway, a couple of things. Real Joe gets the phone when you call 888-8255. 888-TALK is the telephone number. 797-8255 is the meme machine. But for some reason, probably has everything to do with it just Monday, and Mars is in second grade or something like that. Because it's Monday, I cannot get these cool memes on the screen, and describing them, I just don't think would do it. So go ahead and send me the memes, and that just means we'll have double the meme coverage for tomorrow as the program goes through the course of the week. Anyway, Joe's going to take care of all that. 888-8255. 888-TALK is the telephone number. Donna is in the studio here. Did you have a good weekend? Did you go get grill marks? Did you go to the beach and sing?
No, I was doing homework. That's why I forgot my charger.
What grade are you in?
Yeah.
What grade are you
Almost
in?
done.
Almost done with it?
Almost done.
Oh, you're never going to be done. You're
so.
the kind of person that will be in school collecting degrees and parchments for about the next 10 or 15 years,
Just because
right?
I'm bored.
Exactly. You're bored and you can pay for it. What the heck? Got a job at the radio station. Well, that's all right. So you didn't know adventures over the weekend?
No.
All right. Well, any adventures that you got planned for this week? No, I just got to do it. I'll have to do everything. I will give you guys things to do, things to concentrate on this weekend. The very, very good news is Friday. We got the answer to a question that has confounded men for generations, and that question is, what the heck is a Gilbarco-Veeder root? We were looking for jobs, just in case this radio thing doesn't work out. Joe and I were looking for jobs and a bunch of stuff. East West Rentals looking for a C-class, C-licensed commercial driver. We got all these other construction jobs and basically a lot of stuff that Joe and I aren't qualified for. Because we're just, we're not real men that way. So I was looking and they said, USSI is hiring for a Gilbarco-Veeder root certified technician level 1 through 3 or somebody with experience in the field. And real Joe and I, between the two of us, real men. Or sort of real men. Well, we guys.
Yeah.
There's a big difference. Real men become like
Dudes.
Navy SEAls. Guys, we just know where everything is over at Home Depot. But anyway, so the Gilbarco-Veeder root is a what? Do you remember what it is, real Joe?
Well, it's a sensor for the underground fuel storage. Yeah. That's what it is.
That's
Ray.
what it is. So there's a thing inside the thing underneath the gas tanks.
Yeah, you got to get in there and check that, man.
Every once in a while. That's the job
hold
of
your breath.
the Gilbarco-Veeder root certified
I bet it
technician.
pays well.
Back in the olden days, and I'm sure that the technology has allowed it to change, but it's not like, gas stations are something new and tanks aren't something new. It just seems to me, back in the old days, wasn't there always just a stick?
Yeah, the guy with the stick.
There was a guy with a stick, an actual piece of wood, and he'd put the piece of wood in there, and then he'd look at it and say, okay, it's up 8 feet, and that means for this tank that there's, 1,000 gallons of fuel.
While he's smoking a cigarette.
Exactly. Again, the generation before us, Forrest generation, the generation before us, real Joe.
They were so tough.
Man. I'm just thinking about, by the time my grandfather was my age, he'd survived the World War and had a bunch of babies, opened a store, was a politician, ran 6th to 8th Guam legislature back in the day.
Man.
I'm just happy when I remember to pay the power bill on time. There's real people back in those days. Where are we now? It's 8:23 in the morning. Speaking of real men.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
It's not 8:23? 6:23.
No.
6:20. There,
Somewhere it's 8:23, but not here.
I got it. All right. So another feed overtook my feed, and so I'm going to start with the top 10, but at probably about the top 15 here. Rico Blancaflor is in there, as usual. The mom of the program, Pam Duvall. Good to have you online. Dennis Larson, make sure that camera is off. Not sure which camera you're talking about, but generally, there's a lot of cameras everywhere. And around my house, on all of the things that have cameras on them, there's a piece of black tape. No incriminating evidence. Hey, listen, you're not going to be able to, when I die, go ahead and scrub all the digital assets that I have the same way that they're scrubbing Hunter Biden's computer. Which apparently there's some people in the news media just found out about. Wait a second, we were talking about that during the election. Before the election, we were talking about Hunter Biden's laptop and all the dirty dealings. Have you ever heard the phrase "Mr. Big"? That's where it comes from. At any rate, cousin Troy is online saying good morning. He's done his video broadcast today. We might need to check in with him because the link to his video podcast on Facebook had a picture of former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez. And then And I don't know, if it was me, I would have started it just for fun. But Cousin Troy sent out a thing on Candid, and everybody was doing this to me all weekend long. Did you see this? Did you see this on Candid? Did you see? And it's a picture of Mike St. Nicholas and John Fernandez.
I saw it,
Did
man.
you? But did you want to show me your phone like that? Here, look at this. See, look.
No.
So kind of curious where that came from. I don't know, because I saw Therese Trelai. I saw the Speaker of the Legislature.
Oh, you did?
I did. I saw her on Saturday night. Yeah, she came over to. That was so nice. She came. She's a Democrat, right? Right.
Yeah,
she's a Democrat, and she came over to Sandra's fundraiser.
Sweet.
That was sweet. She was the only that I know of, the only Democrat that swung by there, and another reason why she's got your vote. Pam Duvall online says we're all diehard, showering with the phone in the bathroom so we don't miss anything. I guess I suppose I could do something about that, like they do in the mainland radio shows. They start over every hour.
Oh,
do you recognize that? You ever listen to that? Some of these mainland shows, like Brian Kilmeade will do his top 5 at the top of every hour, and it's the same as the one before. It's always wondering maybe I could do something like that, and then we just and then it would be just small talk about what people are saying on the Facebook. Then we wouldn't have to actually read the newspapers, follow any of the newscasts. That would almost dream job. There's Heather Perez there. Let me see, and William John Shadowin, who's posted a link to change.org. What are we trying to change today? Remove Dr. Berg from the Guam Board of Medical Examiners. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Unhappy with the way he's running meetings and the conclusions that he and his team are trying to draw, and using the excuse, we don't have any money to be able to do it right. Have you heard the flatten the curve? Have you heard they flattened the curve so your sneeze was recalled? Joanne Titano is there. Trina Sanoggy. Yeah, but now I want to blow my nose or inhale deeply through it, but it'll make that noise and everybody will cough up their breakfast. So I'm thinking maybe I shouldn't do that. Check my undercarriage, she says. Needs money. Ari's online. I got Brad Wood, Rudy Rudolfo, the original Burger King online. Ken LG says, I rode bikes without training wheels, climbed trees in the woods, had a pellet rifle, and played baseball without getting a trophy. And the cool thing now is you can do that and still compete in women's NCAA swimming events.
You can win, man.
You can win. Second place is the new first place. That's what everybody is saying on that. There's Cheryl Ochai at Jules Tejano. Jerome McDonald is hanging out here. Zero Young. EOD Kaboom is there. Speaking of EOD Kaboom, VFW guy, the point, what's his post canteen, said no winner on Friday night.
Wow.
No winner on Friday night.
The pot goes up.
Oh my God, $1,400 something. $1,400 or a tank full of gas. No, I'm kidding. It feels like that, doesn't it?
Yeah,
let me see.
Man.
Harvey Egna is there. That's soon to be Senator Harvey Egna. Harvey, did you make up your mind over the weekend? Did you make up your mind? We know you've got the paperwork. Did you look through the paperwork? Did you look through that packet? That amazing, incredible, thick envelope of paperwork that you've got to take care of, simply for this is the government's way of saying there's only certain people we want in this club, and if you think this is too much paperwork, you can't be one of them. Sorry about that. Harvey, fill in the paperwork or get somebody else to do it for you. Nobody reads it. Nobody looks. And then what you do once you're a senator. Once you're a senator, then go in there and then go through. That should be job number 1 for whoever's running the next legislature. Number 1, part-time legislature. Number 2, take a look at every scrap of paper that you've got to put together to give to Maria Pangilinan over the Election Commission. And take a look at every single one of them and go, why? Why? Show me the enabling legislation. What was the thinking of the legislature when they passed this, when they included it in there? And if it was just a dig at Carl Gutierrez, then get rid of it. Got another one in there. Who's that for? This is a dig against, what's his name, Mark, the guy with the hair? The guy that, who am I thinking of?
Mark Charfus.
No, not Mark Charfus. But maybe him too. Get rid of that one.
Who's the guy with the hair?
The Howley. What's his name?
Rector.
Matt Rector. Mark,
Yeah.
Matt, whatever. They're all running straight to me in my head. But if it was something to prevent somebody like Matt Rector from getting elected again, just take it out. I think voters are smarter these days. Well, maybe not. I got who else is there? Kenny Williams online. Cheryl Crueldod is there. Right click, Real Joe. There it is. Mike Grace Blocks. Janine Bloss is online.
Hi, morning, Janine.
Hi, Janine. You and Sarita hang out together for a little bit over the weekend? I thought I saw your very tanned face in one of those pictures. Looking good, sweetheart. Looking good. Harvey says, yes, I've registered the paperwork at GEC. You dropped it off? Wait. That's like 5 steps further than I've ever taken it. I've only ever picked it up, opened it up on the kitchen table, left it there for a month, and then went back to it. Oh, coffee stains. Like a cat might have gone on it. I don't know. Is that cat vomit? Well, let's throw it away anyway. They probably don't need it. Anthony Bennett, Lohan Duane says, is there boom, boom, pow, says Mike Grace. Says James Howard says Logan Regis is watching with you. Now, Logan Regis may be watching.
Still alive, James Howard.
Sometimes Logan Regis will show up on the Facebook Live, but I think otherwise he might be watching on someplace where it's sort of anonymized, which is for
Dark
anybody
web.
that doesn't want me to mention their names. It's thepoint.gu, and you're more than welcome to lurk over there if you want to. I think there's a lot of lurkers in the program. So anyway, so 6:31, and you might be wondering, what's on the table of contents? Come on, Ray. It's a big, long weekend, and no doubt you've got newspapers and stories in front of you that tell the story about a great, how great all of the news and the coverage is going to be this week. And I'm looking at the news. I'm looking at my table of contents. It's fat. It's fat. It's FAT, and as the kids will say, PHAT. Not the cool kids, because cool kids don't use that anymore. They just say P, because they're texting now. We're using as few. No, I'm serious. I get these things from my daughter. I get full sentences, one letter at a time. And the crazy thing is, I know what she's saying.
Yeah,
I know what she's saying in the thing. You watch some of these kids writing stuff on tweeters. And except for the fact that most of them, oh my God, there's some freaky perverted kids that we've got here on Guam lurking on Twitter. I'm serious. And the crazy thing is, it's interesting who follows some of these crazy perverted kids. I'm just doing it for research purposes, mind you. But at any rate, they're using abbreviated language in their communications. I think in an attempt to hide things better from their parents. Anyway, 888-8255, 888-TALK. As far as items in the table of contents, unfortunately, nothing here on the whole page says Mike Nicholas has announced his candidacy for governor.
Oh, it's coming, Ray.
When?
Anticipation.
When? What is 159 days between now and didn't he say that or Jim say that he would run for Congress if Mike Nicholas was running for governor? Now, even though Mike Nicholas hasn't said anything, can we not infer one from the statement of the other? People want to know. I get the guys coming up to me on Saturday going, this is what he said, and this is what happened. Does that mean that Mike's running for governor? And then you got Candid with a picture of Mike Nicholas and John Fernandez, which is weird. And then I got another guy saying, actually, the smarter one would be Dr. Annette. Is it Annette? Annette. Tyron from where's Guam, University of Guam, right?
Could be anyone. He could run with a ham sandwich.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing: is like her dad was like one of Carl's #1 captains in the South.
Wow.
So the assumption is if she's on the ticket, then all of the Gutierrez army is going to be on the ticket. And that whole machine still exists. You got kids and grandkids of the original Carl Gutierrez machine. They still wear the 98 train shirts, man. They got the 98 umbrellas. It's fact. Believe it. 6:33, Ray Gibson Show. There's more on the way, but first we got to break away for our first big look at news and headlines. With all of that, here is Donna De Jesus. Leon Guerrero.
Man, Guam. Hey, stop, man. I'm trying to concentrate. Okay. Guam Crime Stoppers is asking the community for any information on a gas station robbery that occurred on Saturday, March 12, at the mobile station in Mangilao. Reports state that around 2 in the morning, the suspect approached a customer making a purchase and grabbed his money. He was seen fleeing in the victim's car, a 2010 green Toyota Camry with the license plate PT402. Anyone with information can submit a tip online at guam.crimestoppersweb.com. And the Archdiocese has until this Friday's status hearing to come up with a new settlement proposal in the clergy's sexual abuse case. Archbishop Michael Burns wrote a letter to local Catholics saying many assets must be contributed by parishes, schools, ministries, and the Chancery to reach an end to bankruptcy. More than 280 victims filed suit against the church, forcing it to declare bankruptcy 3 years ago. Guam education officials say there is not enough money to sufficiently supply schools with menstrual products to support the Period Poverty Act. Deputy Superintendent Erica Cruz says school nurses have been buying feminine hygiene products with their own money to provide them to students. Cruz adds that since the bill became public law, GDOE must include menstrual products as part of its budget for fiscal year 2023. And GDOE is in support of a bill that would help public high school students fulfill graduation requirements by joining clubs. Senator Amanda Shelton introduced the Club for Credit Program Act of 2021 on behalf of the Guam Youth Congress to help students who lost school credit during the pandemic when shifting to distance learning. A student can earn a maximum of 1 full credit from the program after completing 120 hours with 1 or 2 clubs. 60 hours with a club can earn up to half a credit. If passed, the program will go into effect in 2024. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Back to Ray.
Another brilliant idea from our future bureaucrats and politicians in the youth club, the youth congress.
Yeah.
Those are the guys that in my day and age they were chased around the school. They were chased around the school. So what is this thing? So what did they repeat it back to me? I missed the chunk of the story. So we'll, instead of giving kids a solid education in reading, writing, arithmetic, and math, here's what we'll do: just join the club, and if you spend 120 hours in the club, we'll give you a credit.
Yeah, 1 credit. I think it's in relation to whatever that club is. So you can't join like modeling club or if that exists and get a credit. It has to be something related to a class. Like
Never talk about
club.
modeling club, Donna.
Yeah,
that's rule number 1.
Rule number 1: what happens in modeling club stays in modeling club. I'll tell you what. I've figured out which club I'm going to be spending my time in. My 120 hours going to be spent at Club USA. Be right back.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
Fuel up today with the new $8 gasolina meal. 2 all-beef Nathan's hot dogs, a big bag of chips, regular size M&Ms, and a 16-ounce gasolina energy drink. The brand new drink in a black can that brings a burst of energy. Drive in now and fire up your day with the $8 gasolina meal. Promo is only available at your favorite Circle K Guam locations while supplies last. Circle K, take it easy.
Just in time for Lent, it's our delicious BK Big Fish Sandwich. 100% white Alaskan pollock, breaded with crispy panko, topped with sweet tartar sauce, tangy pickles on top of a warm toasted brioche bun. Also available, our Impossible Whopper, 100% Whopper, 0% beef. Enjoy your Lenten season with French fries and a refreshing brewed sweet or unsweetened tea. We're ready to serve you this Lenten season. Now available at BK Hagåtña, Tumon Bay, Micronesia Mall, and at the airport. BK your way.
Yeah, pretty soon it's gonna be mandatory for joining a club. I'll bet that idea where you got to do like 75 hours of volunteering before you can graduate. I'll bet that came from the Youth Congress too. Yeah, there's a word for that. It's called slavery. Is the word? This you're looking for? It's got a familiar ring to it, where you tell somebody what used to be the regular requirement for going to school and graduating was getting decent grades, at 70 or better, I think, right? Or just not ticking off the principal, and you were 70 or better, right?
That's low. I don't know.
Hey, man, that's passing.
Oh,
that's passing.
Oh, okay.
Come on,
D is passing.
Dude, when I get a 98, that's failing.
My God. You were in the Youth Congress too, weren't you?
No, I wasn't.
6:39. All right, here's the traffic real quick. A little bit of traffic in the front of Anderson Air Force Base, so watch out for delays from there. Doesn't look like there's anything else major, even getting into the downtown Day-to-Do area. Maybe things a little bit busy over by the Day-to-Do Skate Park while people are waiting for the next riot to occur. Maybe a couple of police, and maybe we ought to put the police Coban right next to the skate park. They just give something for the cops to do. We got a little bit of traffic. Where's that? Nowhere else. It's intersection traffic. That's all I'm looking at right now. Sun just came up a few minutes ago, so expect that there is going to be a lot less traffic right now. You might want to try to get into the office early because, trust me, it's Monday, and if your office is anything like mine, something is broken. Stand by now. A little bit of traffic over at Naval Base Guam. That's all I got to tell you about here in the right now traffic.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Ismael Velez. The Oscar goes to Zelensky for his role as himself, playing himself. And then conversations, interesting one from Ismael talking about the U.S. biolabs in Ukraine. Say it isn't so difficult to when government organizations are funding it with $80 million. He's got paperwork that shows that there is a government outfit that was funding bioweaponry and biolabs in Ukraine right now. And does that add to the complications already in the understanding of what is going on? A very complex story that unfortunately has got some people in the United States saying, we need to put boots on the ground. Put yours first. How about you and your kids first? How about we sit, the rest of us kind of sit this one here out here, since it is not our democracy that is in the middle of this existential crisis. James Howard, Dennis Larson says, it's true on the spending budget. Do not believe the news. It's propaganda. We have no dog in the fights. The Bidens and Fauci certainly do. But are we willing to go to war to protect their good names and reputations? Pete Santos online saying MSN is running away from Congress. Dimmy. Ooh, Peter. Dimmy is free to run to Congress. MSN can't find a willing running mate. Mike J., Grace Blas, Joe and Goko online. Dennis says Biden and Fauci fingerprints all over Ukraine. Don't believe the propaganda. Ray Duckanaya online. There's Nick Plosky. Mark Voitlin is checking in from the free zone. Bertha Maza Cruz. Let me see who else is there. Brendan Fausto. Puff Puff Give.
Oh, wow.
Is that the new way we're saying pass the Dutchie from the left to the right?
I believe
It's
so.
Puff Puff Give. Okay, gotcha. I can't keep up with the slang, buddy. Ton Duk Duk's there. Sandra Ray just watching the program. Hoffa Brown says Ken Leon Guerrero used to get chased by wild boars, ride bikes with no helmet, run from police on Cross Island, go miles into the jungle in the river, came back with bags of shrimp. We all did that as kids. We're the last generation to do that. For heaven's sakes, you talk to some of the kids now about shrimp, and they'll tell you, I can make a lovely shrimp pate. I can do that. How do you get it? You got to pay less and get it up from there. James Howard. Eunice Mendiola hanging out. Gigo Mayor staff out cleaning Marine Corps Drive on Friday. They gathered a truck and a trailer full. Awesome job. That might have been because it was Kyle was calling in from Gigo, right?
Mandapat, yeah.
Yeah, Guam. It's not Guam Sustainable. Green Guam. Green Guam.
Yeah.
There's so many something Guams around here. I just Guam. Anyway, but whoever it was, you're getting check marks from Pam Duvall, who loves the concept. Who's on the phone? Is that my mustache?
It's the mustache
wisdom. Okay, so here's a couple of things I got in my head here. 6:44 in the morning, and now I've got a story where I can pick on the Youth Congress all morning long about because they want kids to join a club to get into classes so they can make up for the credits that they missed during the COVID time. time. Back in the olden days, well, you know what? You got to go to summer school. Sorry about that. There's summer school. So I don't know where that new concept would fit in Judge Klitsky's Adequate Education Act. But I do know, I've got a sense of where, the requirement for 180 days sits in his head, and the concerns that are being expressed by some that, well, Talena Nelson's out of town, so I don't think we're going to be able to get this thing going in time. And my response to that is good. Good. Get the kids back in the classroom. That's how you make up for it. That's the way everybody else made up for it. We got a lot of kids for whom it was binary. It was, did you pass or did you fail? Did you put in enough effort to pass? Yeah. Is it a 70? Might be a 70. It might be a 99. We don't know. But we've got to figure out how to get these kids back in front of teachers and back into the classrooms and get all of those hours and all of those days restored to them. As far as the service learning requirement is concerned, I'm sure Judge Klitsky would agree with me when I say repeal. Just go and repeal that and let kids have their Saturday mornings back. You know what I mean? It's 6:45. I've got His Honor online. Buenas and half a day, Your Honor.
Buenas, Ray.
Quick question, unrelated subject. Do you know whether or not our oil comes in on Jones Act ships?
It doesn't, because it's coming from a foreign port, so there's no Jones Act dimension to it.
So why is Lulian Guerrero writing letters to Washington, D.C. asked to be exempt for fuel and gasoline?
I think she's channeling Jim Moylan.
No. Be the ball. Be the
In
ball.
other words, whenever you see something that you'd like changed, you write a letter to somebody.
And send out a press release that says we wrote a letter to somebody.
Exactly.
Okay, so I wrote a letter to somebody on the coattails of not Iggy, the guy Ed Case in Hawaii, and where they might have a claim to make there. But interesting conversation I was having with Charlie Hermosa on the subject. If there is an exemption, if there is a carve out, is it possible that getting oil and gas from the west coast of the United States out from under any of the Jones Act rates, maybe that'll make a difference for us at the pump?
It's very possible. The only other Jones Act dimension that I could see buying oil from Singapore would be that a ship could stop here, drop oil, and then sail on to Hawaii, which it wouldn't be able to do given Jones Act restrictions, because that would be intra-coastal shipping.
Right. But would that make any difference in the cost of the fuel? Carrying it from one place to another? I mean, I don't know that there's any economic upside to that.
Well, one would think so, without knowing much about how the loading is done on those things, because I don't know how much oil we take, but I suspect it's more profitable to ship oil from Singapore to Hawaii with a stop at Guam than it is to ship oil to Guam and turn around and go back.
Do they have business class for oil? First class?
I think it's all trash class.
I think it's pretty much on those old scows that they've got. Well, it's an interesting question, and I'm kind of curious because I'm looking at it going, I don't think this is going to make much difference. I don't think we pay a Jones Act penalty on the fuel that comes to Guam. I could be wrong, but since I asked you and you said that I was right, then I'm going to assume that I'm right on just about everything else. Now, getting back to the educational question, I'm not going to bother you with the noise coming out of the Youth Congress, but I do want your thoughts. I've asked before, and I just want to see if they've changed or not, about the idea of going and getting a variance on something that is already law. Do you think that they've got a good enough reason at the Department of Education to ask not to have those 180 days as part of the inventory?
I do not. I don't. I think that if we're really going to treat education as a priority, we have to keep doing it. In the past, we've found every excuse to disrupt the program. Remember the South Pacific Games, and we changed the starting day of the school year, et cetera. What we really need to do is say that school starts on the day after Labor Day, and it runs up to the day before Memorial Day, no exceptions. And if we miss a day, then we make it up on days like the Friday after Thanksgiving, during Christmas vacation, whatever. Because what we've kind of defaulted into is we'll have 180 days of school or 180 days of a combination of days of schools and really good excuses, like letting the kids join clubs or having really interesting statements like, there really is no point in making up the 24 days that we missed. It just wouldn't work very well.
How do we know? Are we satisfied? Are we satisfied with the scores that we've got now? I mean, are they demonstrating proficiency? And I mean, I think that the message on the platform that you and I have here to the members of the 36th Guam legislature needs to be clear. Every single one of you ran on education as a platform. Every single one of you have some way or another in your pillow talk to the voters said, our children are our future, and I will fight for their education. And that means that you've got to fight to get them in the schools for all of the hours, all of the days that we believe are part of an adequate education.
Absolutely. And when I said, you know, the combination of days or excuses, such as, well, we don't need to make up the 24 days, that is not my thought. That's what we're hearing from people who should know better.
Mm-hmm.
That kids belong in school, and they belong in school to learn the 3 R's, not participate in interesting clubs like the Tall Tales Fan Club.
As you know what, it's they haven't got. Unfortunately, one of the things I discovered is they don't have a room big enough anywhere in the educational system for the members of the Tall Tales Fan Club to meet.
That's true, Ray. That's a good point.
Unfortunately. Well, I tell you what, I think this is going to be interesting. I'm glad that Telena is out of town. Don't take that the wrong way, Tedo. I'm glad that she's out of town because that holds off this decision a little bit longer. For I think every parent on Guam should go back to every single one of these legislators and say, excuse me, we didn't shut down the schools. We know you didn't shut down the schools, but you've got an opportunity to correct the mistake that was made at Adelup, and we expect you to stand on the education of our children that every taxpayer on Guam is paying for.
And maybe there ought to be a bulletin board in front of each school showing the name of every senator who voted against the completion of 180 days this year.
Yeah, everybody is dealing with all kinds of different slip that has been brought on by COVID-19. This is just another one that they're going to have to do. Now, a procedural question: if there was somebody over at the legislature that says, "Well, Telena's out of town, and so we can't do anything because of that's her committee," or is there somebody else in the majority that can say this is an important piece of legislation and we need to go and vote against the kids losing 24 days and repealing the service learning? Can somebody else do that in the legislature?
As a general principle, Ray, 8 people at the legislature can do just about anything.
Oh, they're going into session this week.
Yeah, so the matter could come up on motions. The bill could come up in motions. It could be placed in second reading on motions. We get into the part about the public hearing. Have we had a public hearing?
I don't know. Don't think it has. I think it's just been introduced.
No public hearing. Then we get a hold of Judy Wanpat's notes and Tina Rose Munya Barnes' notes.
Emergency. It's an emergency. People will die.
Yeah, kind of to see how we can move forward without a public hearing. Tina was really good on moving that. Let's give people double pay bill of her own forward without a public hearing until Joe San Augustine said, "Wait a minute, we got to postpone the session so we can have a public hearing." And of course, Judy Wanpat distinguished herself by allowing the salary smash and grab to go forward that gave birth to the team we now refer to as the Wanpat 10. So that's always a possibility.
There are people in the Wanpat 10 that still have their eyes on political office.
Tony Atta is one of them.
Is that so?
Absolutely.
Wonder if it gets quiet at his house when you say his name in reference to that squad. 6:54 in the morning. Bob Klitsky on the line. And just one last thing before I let you run, because I know how busy you are and how much you want to get back to holding Auntie Lou's hand, is there is going to be a public hearing this week. It's going to be one of those, your favorite Zoom meeting, I think, virtual, on the Stand Your Ground legislation that is coming out of Joe San Augustin's office. I haven't had a chance to read it, but generally in concept, I'm okay with the idea that there is no duty for me to retreat, and I can meet force with force in order to protect my home and hearth.
Whenever people talk about that, I always offer the same advice, and that's this. If you are in that situation, make sure that your actions are governed by fear, not anger.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I'm afraid I'm going to get my butt whipped here. I'm too old for that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that ought to be the point. I said, why do you carry a gun? I said, I'm too old to get my butt kicked and spend a weekend in the hospital.
But not so old that you realize that if someone challenges you in some sort of non-deadly fashion and he really pisses you off, the stand your ground rule is going to be small comfort to you.
Right. I thought the answer was going to be drag the body inside. I'm sorry. You got me a little confused here this morning. 6:55 in the morning. His Honor Judge Bob Klitsky, host of Tall Tales, be listening for him this afternoon at 4. It will, as always, be enlightening, elucidating, and educational.
I'll be there, Ray.
Looking forward to it. Bob Klitsky here on the point, and Bob Klitsky at 4 on the point. 6:55 in the morning. And there are, interesting conversations that we get to have. It's education. The children. Where's that Whitney Houston song? I believe the children. Actually, it was the greatest love of all. Yeah,
I'm every woman.
Was it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't put that thought in my head, because you know the connection that I will make. You know the connection that I will make. I'm every woman and a certain group that I'm going to be critical of here at some point today. 6:57 in the radio show. 888-825-888. TALK is the telephone number. Other items that we might have on the table of contents. Front page of today's Guam Daily Post. Am I looking forward here? Price index, food, power, fuel costs soar in 2021. Okay, here's the question that I've got. This today's edition was written by Haiti. Yesterday's was written by the other one. Who's the other girl? Man, I'm having a hard time. What happened to me? I was good with memory all weekend long. It was written by somebody else.
Man.
I know, 60, right? This is going to be frustrating to everybody. I guess they were both written by Haiti. At any rate, price into food, power, fuel costs soar in 2021. And it's got a picture of a lady pushing a couple of kids in a cart filled with. You guys use a lot of toilet paper. Can I don't want. Maybe not so much processed food. Maybe you should go back to eating some what they refer to now live food, and be mindful when you're chewing it. Maybe you won't go through so much paper toilet. At any rate, I'm not sure if this is a typo. It says fuel costs soar in 2021. They did soar in 2021, but they took an even bigger soar in the first couple of months of 2022. So I'm not sure whether they dropped. It should be 21 or 22. But basically, you read through this thing, and it is one of those where it's like that Biden meme that says, hold on, folks, it's going to get worse. Just hold on. Because we're going to get worse. There's not a whole lot in sight where you can see things getting better in terms of the prices. We're watching a little bit of a rollback now in the cost of gasoline and West Texas crude, and that's a good thing. But is it going to go back to what it was before Biden took office and made those executive order commands changing the way oil manufactured, refined, transported in the United States of America? Unless it does that, I don't know. There are also other real world factors at play. There's international competition. There's the idea that the people are going to be doing a little bit more traveling now that COVID has changed. But the cost of everything going up with all the factories that got shut down during COVID, and then they opened back up, and half of their employees didn't want to come back because, oh, man, I discovered welfare and unemployment checks from Uncle Fed. I'm staying right here. The ones that you did get back, you got to pay them $16, $20 an hour. So I don't see where there are going to be a whole lot of places where the relief is going to come in as these manufacturers and these suppliers begin to kick things up again. Bank Pacific's Flores said Guam's economy by the end of 2022, in the most encouraging way possible, I'm sure he put it this way, it'll be exactly like it is today. Oh, no, I don't want the banker to say it's going to be as bad at the end of 22 as it is right now. The light at the end of the tunnel will be more visible than what we can see now. One of the functions that drive an economy is consumer confidence. If we can rid ourselves of COVID restrictions and fear-mongering, confidence will grow, and with it, our economy. Thank you for all the encouragement, Phil. I hope the right people are watching and listening to that. We have now passed the second anniversary of the lockdowns. Do you realize that's where we were yesterday, the 20th of March? Here it is, the 21st of March. And one of the things that I might do if I get motivated, because you know how lazy Joe is to find the broadcast, the Ray Gibson Show from 2 years ago. What was that morning like as we were coming to a traffic report that lasted about 10 seconds long because it was just radio people and cops and ambulance drivers on the streets. More on that in a couple of minutes. And then there's this gap that I was talking about. And watch how it begins to widen. Haves not. Public sector versus the private sector. Give you talk on that in a second. Right now, Fox News on the point.
Ukraine, I'm Joe Giro, Fox News. Russian forces continue to attack civilian shelters and residential areas in Mariupol. An art school that was sheltering 400 civilians was attacked. Ukrainian First Deputy of Foreign Affairs, Amin Japar, says conditions in Mariupol are dire.
A huge amount of people are fighting for their lives because of lack of food, water, facilities, warmth, and very basic things that people need.
Ukrainian officials claim mass graves have been created because of the amount of deaths. President Biden travels to Belgium this week for Thursday's NATO meeting.
Their focus is going to be on more than just the humanitarian crisis, but also the growing threat to security across Eastern Europe that Russia now poses. The administration insists it is doing all it can to boost Ukraine's fighting forces, but critics argue the administration is moving too slowly and should reconsider sending Ukraine some fighter jets that Poland has offered to give up and other offers from nearby NATO countries.
Fox's Mike Meredith. President Biden's Supreme Court nominee will be on Capitol Hill this week for confirmation hearings.
Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson has been answering questions for senators for a couple of weeks, meeting in private sessions with members of the Judiciary Committee. But this week, those job interviews go public. When her confirmation hearing gavels in tomorrow, each of the 22 senators on the panel will make opening remarks, as will Jackson. A marathon day of questions from each senator is expected to begin Tuesday. If confirmed, Jackson would become the first black woman to serve on the court, and for the first time in the court's history, there would be 4 women justices.
Fox's Jared Halpern. 4 people were shot and wounded in Austin, Texas early this morning as the city hosts the annual South by Southwest Festival. Police tweeted that a suspect is in custody. The victim's injuries are not believed to be life-threatening. America is listening to Fox News.
Do you or a loved one have loss of use of a hand or hands from an injury, stroke, birth defect, or pain? Then reach out to a specialist in upper extremity and hand surgery care by contacting Dr. Jerome Landstrom, board-certified reconstructive hand surgeon and microsurgeon. 671-646-HAND or visit his website at www.pacifichandsurgery.com.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
Harvard University closes a controversial police station inside a residence hall.
The university police substation at Mather House was closed in February. Many students saying it created an intimidating environment, calling it a violent visual intimidation tactic. One resident saying police are not present to keep her actively safe. Another adding having a police car outside every night doesn't bring a sense of safety. A third resident going a step further, saying for real justice on campus, university police must be abolished. Police sometimes ate alongside students in the dining hall, making some students feel uncomfortable. Harvard University police say the closure was a result of staff and student concerns and a lack of use of the substation. Ann Carrick, Fox News.
The National Transportation Safety Board investigating the crash of a Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department helicopter that injured 6 people on board. Sheriff Alex Villanueva.
There was 6 on board. There was a pilot, the co-pilot. There was 2 paramedics, a crew chief,
And we also had a ride-along, a doctor from UCLA.
The chopper went down Saturday while responding to a vehicle crash in the Angeles National Forest near the San Gabriel Reservoir. A charity auction last week to raise money for Ukrainian refugees featured a painting from a unique artist.
That painting, Sunrise March, was painted in the New York studio of Polish-American artist Agnieszka Pilat. The artist was a dog named Spot, a robotic dog selling online for $75,000 from Boston Dynamics. Pilat saying the paint impressions from Spot's marching feet represent millions of Ukrainian refugees marching towards Poland. The auction this past Friday night at the San Francisco home of Olympic gold medal figure skater Brian Boitano and his partner was part of a larger ticketed event which so far has raised over $250,000. Paul Stevens, Fox News.
And I'm Joe Chiaro, Fox News.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Hey, what did the grilled cheese sandwich say to their date?
What'd they say?
You make me melt.
Oh, so cheesy. But not as cheesy as Subway's latest Eat Fresh, Refresh menu innovation. The new Fresh Melts with 3 times the cheese. Fresh Melts are the cheese lover's holy grail. Fresh Melts combine freshly baked breads and your favorite meats topped with a triple load of cheese. All grilled to warm, toasty perfection. Try the ham and cheese melt, tuna melt, or steak and cheese melt to start. Best of all, you can make any footlong into a fresh melt. At Subway, eat fresh.
Off it at 7:06. I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's a look at your local news on the point. Guam Crime Stoppers is asking the community for any information on a gas station robbery that occurred last week. Police officers responded to a robbery complaint at the mobile station in Manilao on Saturday, March 12. Reports state that around 2 in the morning, the suspect approached a customer making a purchase and grabbed his money. He was seen fleeing in the victim's car, a 2010 green Toyota Camry with the license plate PT402. The suspect was last seen wearing a red hooded sweater, standing 5'10" with a medium build. Anyone with information can submit a tip online at guam.crimestoppersweb.com. And the man accused of killing 27-year-old Michael Castro has been accused of violating conditions of his pretrial release. Nicholas Wayne Moore is one of the men accused in Castro's murder, and his probation officer confirms that Moore made 2 unauthorized stops to 2 pharmacies in Tamuning on Wednesday and then parked behind the Ocapelas before leaving the area around noon. Moore was charged with aggravated murder after Castro was found shot in his vehicle in October of 2020. The victim's car was found in the compound of a business being run by Moore's father. He pleaded not guilty and is currently on house arrest. The probation office is asking the court to order Moore to appear to answer charges of violating the conditions of his release. A meth importer was denied his request to fight his conviction before the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit. In November 2016, Vincent Rios was charged with 2 counts of possession with intent to distribute methamphetamine and attempted possession with intent to distribute. He and his girlfriend, Sue Ann Baker, were arrested for bringing in $4.7 million worth of meth in 3 inflatable air mattresses and 3 clear plastic heat-sealed food saver bags that were placed in a mail package and sent to Guam from Las Vegas. Federal authorities intercepted the package. Rios pleaded guilty in November 2018 and was denied his motion to withdraw his guilty plea in October 2019. In 2020, he was sentenced to 27 years in federal prison. We'll have more news after this.
Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified. Serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs.
Guam's new power plant will require a long-term lease of government land in Dedido and in PD. The plant will be built and operated by Korea Electric Power Corporation, or KEPCO, and GPA is working with Senator Joe San Agustin on legislation to approve a land lease. Guam law prohibits the commercial lease of public land for more than 5 years unless approved by the legislature. GPA General Manager John Benavente says the proposed land lease would be for 30 years and would cover the full term of the KEPCO power plant contract of 25 years with an optional 5-year extension. Meanwhile, GDOE has to wait and see if it would be granted relief from meeting instructional requirements for this school year. GDOE sought 2 requests from legislatures, one to waive service learning hours requirements for graduation, and the other for exemption from 180 instructional day mandate due to COVID-19 disruptions. A total of 24 school days were missed, and GDOE requested that service learning hours be waived for graduating seniors who would not be able to graduate without the waiver and would miss college admission deadlines. Education officials are waiting on word from Committee on Education Chair Senator Talina Nelson, who is currently on military leave. The legislation must be passed by the legislature to formally waive the statutory mandates on the public school system. And Guam will soon be seeing many visitors from Korea as the country's COVID restrictions are being lifted, but the Hotel and Restaurant Association says the island still has some issues. GHRA President Mary Rhodes says Tumon still has a homeless problem and an issue with restrooms not being open. She adds that there is also a trash problem that is constantly piling up even after contractors have increased their pickup services. On April 1, South Korea's government will be lifting the 7-day quarantine requirement for returning residents that are fully vaccinated, bumping up the number of seats and flights between Guam and Korea. And those were your top stories. Reporting for The Point, I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's Ray with your weather.
I didn't spend a lot of time in Tumon over the weekend, so I couldn't tell you whether it was clean or dirty at some of the usual spots.
I haven't been there.
But I was over at Jimmy D's around the Dunkas area for much of the weekend, and they likewise also have one of those blue containers. Yeah. And it was empty. I mean, like yesterday, it was empty. And considering that there was, Saturday before Sunday, you would think that the thing would have been chock full. I'm sure it is right now, but they seem to be doing a good job. I think the biggest problem that we've got on that side of the island is because of all of the wind that we've had. It's pushed in a whole lot of, what can I say, just crap from a lot of seaweed that they've got to go out there and rake up all the time. So you got that, but I don't know about Tumon. I see some more of the homeless. They've just found other, once they were shut out of the garage, they just found other places to go, other places to go and hang out and sleeping in the boondocks as some of these guys will. What have we got? 7:12. Here's that weather you wanted. Isolated showers are in today's forecast. Probably not enough to keep things cool. Mostly sunny in today's forecast again. Daytime highs near 87 degrees. I got easterly winds up to 16 miles an hour, gusting as high as 21 miles an hour. So easy with the matches on near the Sakata here. We've got isolated showers, mostly cloudy skies, and overnight lows of about 77 degrees. About the same thing for tomorrow. So if you've got time off, maybe you worked over the weekend and you got time off coming to you, beachy is what I'm saying. It's Grill Marks weekend, weekdays again. Mostly sunny today, mostly sunny tomorrow in the forecast. Fire danger warning is high for today. Sunrise was at 6:25 and will sunset tonight at 6:32. Hashtag, oh man, green flash last night. No, we got ripped off the very last minute. My friends and I, we're all like watching the sun go, the last 10 minutes of it, and going, oh my God, this is going to be great. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And we abandoned our seats. We had these really good spot underneath the coconut trees. And we thought, let's just go up there right now and just watch this thing because it's going to be green flash. Plus, there were 20 other howlies in front of us. So it's like, you got to get in front of them now. So it's like we go right to the edge of the shore and look at the sky. And there's this big red ball dipping into the ocean. it's dipping into the ocean, and there comes this cloud from the right side moving in, and it crossed over the sun just as it would have made that last little green flashy thing. So we're going to go back out tonight and see if it happens again. 7:13, there's news and weather together here on The Point.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
It's the Eat Fresh Refresh. It's kind of, reimagining, resetting, if you will, of all of the great taste that you've got over at Subway. Some of the stuff that you've known and loved. Well, how about this? Get it in a foot long, and they will fresh melt it for you. What's that mean? All right, things like ham and cheese, tuna, steak, and cheese. You put that in there, and then they put a bunch more layers of cheese, stick it into the toaster deal, and then it becomes this gooey perfection. It's nice. The fresh melt's waiting for you today at Subway.
Real Talk Radio is back. Welcome to The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
7:15 in the morning, it's the Ray Gibson Show. You know, a lot happens over the weekend, and I try to keep track of everything, but I want to do some shouts to some people that are listening online, and I'm kind of curious. One of them, or at least one of them, is in Hawaii. I don't know if it's, let me just click on it and see where that is. It's Pearl City out in Hawaii. That's where the base is.
Yeah.
That's where they get that, and they, we've got the submarine there. What's it called? The Guppy or something? I forget. I don't know. It's a long weekend. But anyway, so I want to do shouts to everybody listening in Hawaii. And here's the question for you. What do I need to fly to Hawaii? My friends are doing a triathlon in like June. And I'm hoping by June the world will have, fixed itself away from all this madness. And I won't need to have anything. But let's say if it was happening, and I'm not supposed to do anything. I think they just wanted me there to cheer them on and make sure there was beer at the end, right? If I remember. There might be
the barbecue crew, bro.
Yeah, exactly. So the question is, going to Hawaii right now, what do I need to fly into that town? Anybody know? Do I need to be vaccinated? Do I need?
No, you don't need anything.
I don't need a vax?
You need a lot of money, though.
Do I need a negative test? Do I need a negative test?
I think you need a negative test.
Like a negative test just before I get there, and it should be good. Oh, yeah, lots of money, hands down. Even before COVID, you need a whole lot of money and patience. Because, number one, you're going to get stuck in traffic on your way to eggs and things. Then you get to eggs and things, and you realize that there's a line outside on purpose. They do that on purpose. They like to make it look like it's super busy around here. Could they get the meals to you faster? Probably, but hey, take your time. Just be cool, brother. Be cool. We're eventually going to get to you. Just sit outside. Look at your phone like everybody else. 7:17 in the morning. Again, here, Jerry Robertson, the extra points. Before we get to that, let's take a quick look at how the markets fared over the weekend and what there is in there that's going to drive it back down. S&P 500 up 51 points. NASDAQ up 279 points. And I got the Dow Jones Industrial up 275 points or so. Now, the big winner is going to be the NASDAQ because the market is not the same size. So 279 is a much larger percentage than the Dow's 275. Just keep that in mind when you take a look. We'll go over some of the other numbers here. FTSE is in the green by 19. I got the Nikkei up by 174. Japan has been looking really, really good these days. Trying to figure out what is driving some of that. Hang Seng Index at minus 88. Shanghai up by 36 and the DAX up by 25. So some decent numbers in the U.S., decent numbers in Japan, but everybody else rolling kind of stagnant. NASDAQ numbers look like this. DocuSign, Okta, Pinduoduo, duo. Match Group and NVIDIA round out their top 5. Bottom 5, Picard, O'Reilly Automation, Micron Technologies, T-Mobile, and XL Energy. And I think all the energies might be off a little bit today because they're taking a look at where the commodities are. It looks like West Texas ramped up a little bit, still trading kind of narrow, over $100, about $104.70. Tapas is trading much higher than I want it to, $112 for that, and $115 for the Azure. But hey, don't worry, we wrote a letter to the White House, or Congress, asking if we can get out from under the Jones Act so we can get our oil and gas here cheaper.
Did you say please?
Well, apparently, according to Bob Klitsky, oil and gas doesn't fall under the Jones Act because they're shipped in by a foreign carrier. Oh. It's an out and back. So there's no cross contamination, I guess, with the other states and territories, and so as a result of that, the gas is not a part of the Jones Act thing. So we can get out from under it, but it doesn't apply. Until we start buying that expensive California gas and trying to bring that to Guam.
Oh, that'd be good.
Yeah, and that's what they're dealing with in places like Alaska and Hawaii right now. 7:19 in the morning. The other commodity I've been liking to look at these days is gold, 1,929. Not too far off from where it was last week. Real Joe's going to give me a Bitcoin number.
41,271.
And we say congratulations to the Bitcoin guys because near as I can tell, Biden hasn't killed your cyber currency yet.
Not yet.
Well, he was talking about taking a look at creating a United States dollar cyber currency.
Oh, no, they're going to do that.
They are going to do that. So what's the impact going to be on Bitcoins and the other cyber currencies out there? What do you, I mean?
I can only tell you what some of the Bitcoin guys are talking about. They're not going to buy it. They can't. If they can hold out until the day that the Fed simply converts everything and makes it unlawful to hold paper dollars, which I don't think that'll happen anytime soon, but they don't plan to buy it.
Okay, all right. We'll keep a close eye on all of that.
Why would that be?
Why would that be?
Because if all you've got is federal digital dollars, then they can turn your federal digital dollars off. And people don't necessarily want
that's
that.
right. Oh, it's the whole idea behind the cyber currencies. So that there is no one central authority that can do with it what they will.
Well, until the Fed does it, then you have a central authority. They can do it with what they will.
It's confusing. 20 after 7 o'clock in the morning. You said Jerry's got a gig, everybody. Jerry's got a gig. A friend of mine
someone that said, actually, come to our place.
And it's a face-to-face.
It's face-to-face today.
Congratulations. That's some forward-thinking management that you're going to be working with. I would start with that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to your boss for having me come in here today. And we're doing this face-to-face as maybe a message that we're turning a corner on all of this. And we're going to build a better normal for this operation.
There
you go. You got to use that kind of soaring language, kind of Obama-esque. Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point, brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and our friends at First Hawaiian Bank.
Today, a cautionary tale of a manager who held to rigid rules, denying the request of a valued worker because that manager wanted to provide a teaching moment. We'll tell the story next on The Extra Point.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
An easily overlooked part of covering our home is what's inside of it. Over time, we buy things we don't want to lose, but don't update our contents coverage. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
So a manager wrote to an internet forum about an action he took regarding an employee's request. I've had to shorten it a little and went sort of like this. The company had a new product launch, and the employee in question was part of the support team. When these launches took place, the team had to provide service outside of normal business hours. Now, one employee, we'll call her Gina, asked to come in 2 hours after the start time due to her college graduation ceremony being that same day. Gina had been taking night classes to earn her degree. The manager, we'll call him Paul, declined her request. Now, why? Paul said it was because she was the employee with the lowest seniority and we needed coverage for that day. I said if she could find someone to replace her for those 2 hours, then she could start later. Gina asked her coworkers, but no one was willing to come in on their day off. When she came up empty on the fill-in worker, Paul reaffirmed his earlier decision. Gina could not start 2 hours later, and she would have to skip her college graduation ceremony. An hour later, Gina walked into his office and handed Paul her worker ID plus a list of all the times she'd worked late, come in early, or worked overtime for each and every one of her coworkers. Then she quit on the spot. Paul told the forum members he was upset with Gina and her decision because she had always been extremely reliable over the 6 years that she had worked there. Then Paul added, even though she doesn't work here any longer, I want to reach out to her and tell her that quitting without notice because she didn't get her way isn't exactly professional. I only want to do this because she was an otherwise excellent employee, and I don't want her to derail her career by doing this again and thinking it's okay. As I'm reading this, I'm thinking, Paul doesn't really understand his job, or whoever manages Paul doesn't understand theirs. You see, Paul's job is, one, to make sure that his team has a ready supply of workers to cover whatever support needs the company requires. Two, his job is to develop talent and provide an atmosphere where that talent can thrive, and that helps the company retain that talent. Then Paul added more about Gina. He said she was raised in many different foster homes and had no living family. She was homeless for a bit after she turned 18, and the longest period of stability in her life was this job. So now I'm mad at Paul. Are you mad at Paul too? Knowing what he knew about Gina, how could he handle the situation that poorly? What could Paul have done? Well, here's what I would have done. Everything in my power to see that Gina attended that graduation ceremony for the whole day if she wanted, not just 2 hours. I could have pulled the shift for her, or go worker by worker explaining the circumstances and begging someone to take that shift. The worst case scenario, the support line might have run a little slower than normal with one less person on board. After a start in life that was challenging to say the least, then to hold a job for 6 years and to earn a college degree, she deserves someone to call her out for recognition. I'd have asked the CEO to write her a letter and show up in the department and present it. I'd have found out how many guests Gina could have and tried to sneak in as many as possible to cheer when they called her name. The only lesson I might be teaching that day would be a little compassion, and that's because Gina's drive, grit, and desire to get past her childhood taught all the other ones better than I ever could. If you're a manager, know that employee issues like the one Gina had are really opportunities dressed up like problems. Opportunities for you to show how much you value them. Don't take your eyes off the prize. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Nothing annoys me more than to find out that something is busted and nobody told me about it. Just tell me that you fixed it. It's broken. I fixed it. Is it still broken? No. Okay, good job. Is it still broken? Yeah, it kind of sort of is. Okay, I'll take a look at it. But thank you very much for doing something to get us out of a jam. Like that. 727. Jerry Roberts, wish you first a good day back on the job.
Thank you, sir.
It's like first day of school again, isn't it?
It is. Yeah.
Indeed. How does all of this work? Don't forget your adapter. That's the only advice I can give you because it's one of those things. It's Monday. Something is going to break. Get a spare for everything before you go in, all right?
Okay,
That's Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point. Coming up in a couple of minutes, we get another look at big news and headlines with Donna De Jesus. Got a listener flying back from an off-island trip. Says, oh, my God, what happened to Mana? Calm down. Easy. Here's the thing.
She got drafted by the legislature.
For all intents and purposes, it's been all three of us at the same time for 2 years, longer than that. All of us had just come back from a trip or whatever before COVID hit, and we'd kind of been locked in a job. And so Mana's, as we all have, earned some time away from the microphone. So Donna's going to be taking care of all of that. Now, there are, because it is a political season, quite a number of rumors floating around, but that's not for me to say. So let you know when you know. It's 7:28 in the morning. There's a whole lot of eyeballs, for better and for worse, on this guy, Zelensky, in Ukraine. Jerry Roberts looking at the microphone. Don't tempt me to come back in there. You're tempting me. Tomorrow, Jerry, I'll save it for tomorrow. Go, be with your students. Be with those hungry minds. But there's... There's now somebody that's kind of figured out some of the Zelensky stuff and how you can be the next Zelensky.
Oh, nice.
Isn't that going to be fun? One of our favorite mantras is when blank happens, shine. When sugar happens, shine. Is that a clear enough translation? The idea is simple. Anybody can be or do good when it's easy. Real character is carved in terrible or tumultuous times. What kind of times are we living in here, guys? Ukraine's Zelensky is showing in real time how to dig deep into places you didn't know existed to find a better, more courageous version of yourself. Number one, seize the moment. Carpe diem. There's that memorable line in Miracle, the movie about the 1980 U.S. hockey team upsetting the Russians. Ironically, great moments are born from great opportunity. Zelensky has risen to the moment as an eloquent wartime leader. All of us confront lesser moments, take risks. Zelensky could flee or hide, but instead he's plunged fully into leading his people. Too often we duck from the tough stuff or hide in our own fears, but courage is contagious and lurks inside even the most timid. You've heard me say more than once, courage is always rewarded, and luck favors the brave. Watch your words. Words stick. Words move people. Think hard about how to explain to others what needs to be done. Do it with grace, but directness. There's a reason why Zelensky's statement echoed worldwide. I need ammunition, not a ride. Yeah, I did. You never know. Zelensky was a reality TV star, a joke of a politician to many before Putin invaded. There was little in his past to suggest heroism. That's the great lesson of life, isn't it? The most unlikely people rise in the most unlikely of moments, and you could be one of them. And get the big things right. Before the crisis, there were real questions about Zelensky's preparedness and judgment. We all carry baggage, but nailing the moments that matter most is a worthy legacy.
There's a hero inside of you, Ray.
There's where's that song? I need that played. Another way. Is it Whitney Houston track? Is it Vanessa Williams?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, or just somebody in the film came out in the 90s. Donna knows who it is. You sing it at weddings, don't you? It's 7:31, and time for another big look at news and headlines here on The Point, being brought to you by my friend, my Auntie Lolita Cammett. She's over at Hoffaday Realty right now. Call her at 688-6743. Say, I saw the most darling of a fixer-upper over the weekend. I'd like to know who it belongs to. Can I buy it, and can I turn it into my dream casa? Maybe she can help you with those dreams. It's Whopper Wednesday coming up over at Burger King here this weekend, so keep an eye out for that. And if you're doing no meat for Lent, remember BK's got this incredible big fish sandwich. I can almost feel the crunch as I talk about it on the radio. Or the Impossible Whopper, 100% Whopper, 0% beef. 7:30 News brought to you by Top End Pest Control. For all of your pest control needs, the number is 487-5657. Now with news and headlines, here's Donna De Jesus.
Guam Crime Stoppers is asking the community for any information on a gas station robbery that occurred on Saturday, March 12 at the mobile station in Mangilao. Reports state that around 2 in the morning, the suspect approached a customer making a purchase and grabbed his money. He was seen fleeing in the victim's car, a 2010 green Toyota Camry with a license plate PT402. Anyone with information can submit a tip online at guam.crimestoppersweb.com. The Guam Police Department is acknowledging the mishandling of a sexual harassment case against a doctor in 2020. The victim met with officers last week asking about the status of the investigation, but nothing was done after she filed her complaint. She says that after a year, the officer who took her complaint was no longer with GPD, and her case was never filed properly or investigated. GPD's Internal Affairs section is looking into the incident. And Governor Lula Guerrero is asking Congress to include Guam in a bill that would ease gas prices. Hawaii Congressman Ed Case's bill seeks a Jones Act waiver specifically for oil shipments to Hawaii, which is now being reviewed by the U.S. House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. The governor is asking for an amendment to be made to the bill to include Guam and other U.S. territories. And Public Health says Guam's sewage could help predict when another COVID surge might be on the way. The CDC launched a national wastewater surveillance system which monitors community wastewater samples to see if SARS-CoV-2 is present. A pilot wastewater surveillance program was launched last fall, and samples were collected and sent off island for processing. Public Health Chief Medical Officer Dr. Bob Leon Guerrero says that the pilot program showed evidence of last year's Delta surge before it started. And those are your local headlines. I'm Donna De Jesus.
Wait, where are they getting the samples from?
You know where they're getting it. From Michelangelo, Raphael.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Splitter.
There's there's some days where you think, this is the worst job in the whole wide world. I hate working here. And then somebody's going to say, hey, you know what? Maybe you ought to think about doing is just put a couple of Q-tips here in the revenue stream over at the wastewater treatment plant and see if we might be able to detect another version of COVID-19 or any version of COVID-19, because it was one of the first things that we found out, because people are just obsessed with sewer works sometimes in this town, is that was one of the first things. Let's start testing poop and see if we can find it in poop. Well, if it came in this way, it's going to come out that way, right? But like I said, some people are obsessed. It's 7:34 in the morning, and JB asking the question online here this morning about what the nature of the request is on getting out from under the deal. I don't have a copy of the letter, whatever the text that was sent to Washington D.C. Logan, if you could send it to me. Notice I just say, Logan, could you send it to me? Because I'm pretty sure Logan's listening right now. I'd love to see what the context of our inclusion on getting out from under the Jones Act would be. We buy expensive oil in this town, and it comes from Singapore. Singapore today trading at $112. But if you look at California, which I presume is where Hawaii and Alaska, well, not Alaska, but Hawaii might be getting their oil. Is it possible we'd get a break on it? California, Buena Vista oil trading today at $108. Midway Sunset trading at $104, about the same as West Texas crude in the West Texas range. Would that savings be enough over a long enough period of time as we look at the rolling averages to make a difference if we were able to get out from under, if we were to buy gas that was from the states that didn't involve the Jones Act? Would the transportation cost negate that? All of those other things? Is it just because, hey, we were okay when all we had to do was go to Guam, but we've got another bunch of sailing days to get to Guam to give you non-Jones Act oil? The experts will figure it out. Sadly, or fortunately, I'm not one of them. 7:35 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. We'll talk about traffic and more as the program continues.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military, and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Just in time for Lent. It's our delicious BK Big Fish Sandwich. 100% white Alaskan pollock, breaded with crispy panko, topped with sweet tartar sauce, tangy pickles on top of a warm toasted brioche bun. Also available, our Impossible Whopper. 100% Whopper, 0% beef. Enjoy your Lenten season with French fries and a refreshing brewed, sweet, or unsweetened tea. We're ready to serve you this Lenten season. Now available at BK Hagutnya, Tumon Bay, Micronesia Mall, and at the airport. BK your way.
I tell you what, guys, you got to get in on this quick, because the sale is going to be ending at the end of the month, and that means that your opportunity to get yourself into what are we down to? Because announcements like this have moved all of those 2021s off the lot and made room for 2022s, but they still got a handful of Kicks and Titans that you can get at those incredible prices with that incredible deal, right? 0% APR for the life of the loan, or Brian and Van are going to take care of the first 3 payments for you on the house and then you pick up after that one. And if they do it the way they did it before, it's not like they're making the first 3 payments. They just give you the money and say, here, you make the first 3 payments. And then we don't have to, we're not involved with the bank. Here's money. Now, the other cool thing is they know that you listen 293.3 The Point, and you probably have really good, I mean, like superior, like 700 plus credit. And you get into something like that, Real Joe's like, whoa, what do you got to do to have 700 plus credit? You know anymore, you got to be about 3, or have been very, very careful with your consumption and your credit. But at any rate, so if you got good credit, how about this? 0 down payment. Just you don't have to worry about 20% for the bank. They'll take care of everything at NissanGuam.com. Okay, it's been a minute since I've taken a look and seen what's going on the roadways. If you're wondering, hey, where's all those funny pictures and memes that Gibson usually plays? The meme machine is offline because it's Monday, that's why. You know how things happen over the weekend. At any rate, so here's what I got for you. Tiny bit of traffic up in the Zigo area, up around Anderson Air Force Base. A little bit of traffic moving up on Wysang-Song, but nothing yet happening at the Wysang-Song place. Intersection of 1 and 3 busy. A lot of traffic on 3 coming down to 1, and then it stays busy until you get to Micronesia Mall intersection. Southbound Marine Corps Drive, a little bit heavy in some spots, especially around Kmark and JFK, where's that intersection? ITC building intersection where is it me, or is that whole area just feel like it's under construction? And you know they made those they made it so that you know they got all these new like causeways for the water when it rains that goes into the sewer.
Yeah.
And is it me? Is it just that much? It's almost as bad as the potholes that they replaced because you're still driving down there and then bang, and then 100 another.
Oh,
you go bang.
Off camber.
Yeah, off camber. Is that the word we're using for? That's okay. You know, the truck's designed to take that kind of beating. A little bit of traffic as we get out of 8, 10, and 16, but not as much as you might imagine. And we've got something happening down around Assen right now. I'm not sure exactly what it is. It looks like we've got a lot more traffic than usual. In fact, it's snagged right around just before you get to the port. Sorry, not. All right, so this whole area, I want to say in between Fisheye and the port, I got slow traffic moving through there.
Yeah.
Southbound, what's going on?
I don't know. They're doing all kinds of stuff in the sewage down there, man.
But
always
there wasn't
going.
that traffic wasn't there. I mean, there's arguably more people on the road, and it looks like it's mostly affecting southbound traffic. If you got a problem down there, let Joe know. 888-8255, 888-TALK. Hit me up with a picture. I can't show it on the screen, but send it to me just because I'm nosy. And I'm bossy. I'm bossy on Mondays. 797-8255. It's 7:40. I'll be right back.
Half a day. This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. Gas prices continue to rise, and we are here to help. We have revised Programan Salapi to provide a $300 direct cash assistance payment to most households. We heard your struggle, and we hope this relief will help during these difficult times. Applications will be accepted starting Tuesday, March 15, 2022. For more information, visit doa.guam.gov.
This ad is paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
Right, got it. The what? What is? Wait, I gotta look. I don't have the thing in front of me.
Oh, it's a punko.
Oh, the lunchtime thing. Okay, yeah. Yeah, see, I don't know that one well enough to do that just kind of off the top of my head, so always got to look for the script. Here it is. The perfect Lenten meal. Actually, never mind Lent. I wish they'd keep this around all the time because it's so good. Crispy panko fish fillet sandwich over at Wendy's. Wild-caught Alaskan fish fillet, because they got the guys out there as well. They got the pescadores out there, and they throw their special, I think it's a pollock. I think it's a pollock is the fish that they use in there. So we've got these Guamanians that are out there with their talaza, and they throw that out there, and they catch all these pollocks, and then they give it to Wendy, and they make them into these great Alaska fish fillet sandwiches. Panko breadcrumbs, obviously, because that has such a great crunch on it. Creamy dill tartar sauce, pickles, lettuce, and American cheese, all on a softed toasted bun. Have that in a combo with strawberry iced tea and Frenchy fries over at Wendy's.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
my, that is interesting. Among the conversations, we're going to be going to the legislature asking for a variance on the 180 days or 24 days that were missed. And there might be some people that are entertaining that. And one of the arguments is, well, we've got some graduating seniors, and if we got to keep these guys in school for another 24 days, that could derail their graduation plans and could derail their opportunities to get into college. And I'm sitting there going, well, there's a part of me that just wants to, too bad. We were in the middle of COVID, for heaven's sakes. There was a whole pandemic, so-called, and the governments took their time getting things sorted out and overreached into everybody's bailiwick and said, well, we're just going to make it so kids don't go to school. We'll deal with the consequences later. When they went, when they said we will deal with the consequences later, they meant you will deal with the consequences later. And that's all there is to it. I mean, at some point, you got to say we can only do so much in confines of the existing laws. So how about we're going to stand on the law. Sorry, kids, you're going to have to do another 23 days. And then you write a letter to admissions and tell them that we had COVID here, like they had COVID there. And see if you can finagle your way into being allowed to jump into the school late. Because my guess is they would probably be looking at the size of your monthly tuition. As a, wait a second. How about we charge you the tuition and then you come in whenever you want to? You want to do it that way? Look, trust me, I'm sure they'll be flexible when it comes to your admissions, especially in the case of kids from Guam, because the Asian Pacific Islander checkbox that you get to do.
Yeah.
Oh man, there's everybody that wants one or two of those.
I look for Chamorro.
That's it. What's it? They don't have that.
I know.
Asian or Pacific Islanders, and apparently we're both. I'm waiting for all the Asians to go, but wait, hold it, not the same.
I suck at math.
Not the same. And I'm a good driver. It's 7:44. That's enough of that kind of talk there, Real Joe. For heaven's sakes, we're going to get captured by the cancel culture. Dave Del Sola, we were worried you got canceled by the hip cancel culture. We haven't been able to find you. Where'd you go?
Oh, I went. I had a conference and some meetings in D.C. and everything went really well. Got some good information. Got a lot of good things accomplished. I met with USCIS. Sat down with them.
It's my favorite TV show, USCIS. All where they solve crimes using math and science. It's great.
Well, they solve our H2 problems, and we're a step closer. They pretty much agreed that they're going to accept my letter, just like the Admiral's letter, when it comes to negatively affected by the realignment. So this is targeted towards our civilian jobs and population and houses, so contractors can start grouping those projects together and put together an argument where they can't find any of the workers because they're all they're working for the military projects. And I will give them a letter once we deemed out all the boxes checked and everything. And they looked me in the eye and said that they were going to give it strong credibility and move these things forward. So I look forward to getting the first few samples of contract certifications, and hopefully we can start getting in these people so they can start building our houses for our people.
Well, I just need a retaining wall, maybe some kitchen work. But yeah, it'd be nice if I could get a hold of somebody that was able to give me a target date that was shorter than about 2 months. Everybody seems to be moving into that direction. And sometimes what happens in 2 months, when they do become available, somebody with a bigger, more profitable project will come up. So they'll say, okay, when I'm done with this project, then I'll come and check you out.
Yeah, so, they're all working on multiple projects, and they're cherry-picking the ones that are best.
I can't blame them. I do the same thing. We're all business people, so I understand, and I just hope that my backyard doesn't end up in my neighbor's front yard. Know what I mean?
Yeah, but hopefully, as the supply of workers go up, then the prices will go down and get these projects done.
Well, I'm sorry. What did you say? As the supply of workers goes up, the prices of the projects are going to go down?
Hey, as we are moving out of this COVID and our supplies, I'm already seeing a lot more supplies in the island starting to trickle in, and I'm optimistic in the next 6 months or so that there's going to be more workers. I'm trying to push the contractors to start applying, that the chilling effect, I feel very strongly, we need to push it and test it and see if my letter helps and get these things start to rolling. And then once that starts, I know it'll have a domino effect with contracts.
All right, well, I appreciate, honestly, you're my buddy, you're my pal. I appreciate your confidence here, and I appreciate your good thoughts about where we're going to be heading in the future. But I was talking to a guy in the hardware business over the weekend. I said, man, it's hot. I had the roof pressure washed recently, and I'm thinking I need to go by your place and get a couple of buckets of elastomeric paint. And the man says, I have none. I don't have any.
They have big sales of that stuff.
Well, if you can get it, the factory that he buys his stuff from, there was apparently a fire, and on top of all of the COVID delays, just getting the factories ramped up, it was a fire in Texas, or something bad happened, and he just can't. They cannot supply him, and so therefore he cannot supply me. And I'm sure that if he does get some elastomeric paint from somebody out there in the world, is probably going to be selling it for probably double what I was able to get in the past. Just because there is a supply-demand issue. 748, that is, I appreciate the good news here, and we'll watch and see as you develop. Now, all of the conversations that you're having, is there a sense of permanence to all of this? Right now, we're looking at it saying, okay, we need all of this because we've got all the other available workers already working on base. Is there a nod to one of these days the base construction is going to end, but we still would like to be able to certify H-2 labor, specifically from the Philippines for Guam?
Yes, and this is what we're all moving towards. And also down at the One Stop, we're all under one roof now at the GCIC. The dust is settled. Everybody's in there working well. The new office look good. So please come down and visit us if you have a chance to see it. And I'm in the process of what I put in the big quotes, the big reset. We're reaching out, doing more services outside than inside, trying not to wait for the people to come into our offices. We're going out to the businesses, trying to help them do their job fairs, trying to help them recruit, trying to help them get their people. I'm applying for more apprenticeship dollars, retraining dollars. We're reaching out to the youth. We see these classes that are graduating. This is like the third class that's going to come up. So we're trying to reach out to these youth to come in and see what services, whether they want to get trained into some occupation, go into apprenticeship, or on-the-job training, work experience. We are just running the whole gamut of services, and I just keep going out and get aggressive with these federal grants and trying to get them in there so that we can start staging ourselves for the big recovery and our island bounce back when the flights start flying back in.
Me and our Uncle Carl have had a lot of conversations about that, and we got a really, really positive feeling about everybody coming out of South Korea initially to help restart our hospitality industry here. The numbers of flights continue to grow, and it seems to me like they're going, well, we'll fly double this week, and then with the pent-up demand that they're seeing, it's possible that they might even add to that, start doubling up even more as we get closer and closer to new months here. 7:51, just a note before the top of the hour. If you are stuck in southbound traffic from about where Fisheye Park ends, all the way down to PD, where the port is, there is a two-car accident. Ambulances are on the scene. Thanks very much, somebody, for sending the artwork into to Real Joe. Looking at the front end of one of these cars, it's going to take somebody from the Department of Labor's auto mechanics apprentice program to straighten this thing out, because it looks like hell. There's another car on the road. It looks like everybody T-boned somebody else over at the intersection. Hopefully they'll get that thing cleared up in a hurry, because it is drive time, and a lot of people are making their way towards PD and Big Navy. That's why you are stopped up today. 9 away from the top of the hour, and I mentioned a pre-apprenticeship program, and you got one that I'm excited about, because I've always considered us, partners of one kind or another in the telecommunications business, to the degree that I've got a big chunk of my infrastructure that is outside, exposed to the elements, on top of towers, run by generators when GPA can't do it, the same as telecom jobs are around here. Now, some of this might be inside stuff, but there's a whole lot happening in the telecom game right now with growth growing years for Docomo, GTA, and IT&D. We're also seeing some growth now at the fire department. My understanding is they're going to be looking for telecom expertise to be able to help put together a 911 system.
Yes, we're as I said, we are just resetting everything. We're going after not only GovGuam agencies, but even the private sector. A company like yours, you can take some of your kind of harder to fill positions that need training, and we can make them into an apprenticeable type position for 1 to 2 year span, and we pay. You get a 50% tax credit as you train them. So there's so many new programs and so many old programs that we're trying to roll out and inform the people, because, as you said, when these planes start filling up and they start flying in, people are going to have to start hiring, and they got to be ready. And now's the time to get yourself ready for that new job or that new occupation, that new skill, and we can put you in these type of positions. There are all kinds of training programs we're starting to open up now that the classrooms are coming in and everything. So I ask you to take full advantage of this low, because it's going to, once that faucet opens, it's going to open up fast. And now's the time to work with GCC, Guam Marianas Training, with us, with the Cabbers. There are all these different businesses that are just trying to train. We could even set up something for you, Ray, or in the communications, the telecommunications, power.
Oh, it takes decades to learn what I know. It would take decades. You'd have to start from about junior year in high school and work your way up into the thing, so you can be a world-class, smart-ass commentating, making guy on the radio. It takes a lot of experience and know how to get this done. 7:55.
We got new generations got to come in. They got to come in to replace us.
Oh, I weep for the future here. It says 7:54. One other thing here is, and I got to impress this upon you, and hopefully you can impress it upon the rest of the administration here. Business needs help. I spent a lot of time last week with a bunch of people in the business community, and they're seeing little bits and pieces floating around here. We got the LEAP program that I don't know that would have happened without a whole lot of people, working hard, lobbying hard, the legislature and the governor to work together on that. But we need a little bit more of that program that you and I've been talking about since summertime last year, where you will allow me to hire somebody that already, never mind the pre-apprentice, they've already got the skills. It's just that I don't necessarily have the bandwidth and the capital to be able to maintain them on my payroll. It may take some time to get that done. So where's that 90-day wonder program where you'll cover basically minimum wage and withholding for an employee that I can get on the streets today?
We do have the work experience program, and that's available to you right now, where we will do that for 3 months, where we will pay somebody that you hire that may not have the exact skills but need the training. You could do that for 3 months already. Come give me a call. You know my number.
No, I don't want to get somebody new. That takes two people. It takes somebody to train and somebody to learn. I want somebody that already knows how to do some of this stuff to get in here and handle promotions and marketing and that kind of thing without paying for it. They need the work, and I need the body.
Well, we can. Every job requires some training and some work for them to just come right into the thing. It's going to be difficult to find somebody that's already perfectly skilled.
Are you winking?
So
Are you winking?
would be to find some.
You're winking at me as you're saying nudge, nudge, wink, wink. All right. Well, I'll call you and then maybe we can talk a little bit more about the possibilities here, because there are people that need the work, but like I said, advertising and a lot of the stuff in a lot of our games around here have been curtailed heavily by COVID-19. I got to let you run, Dave. You have a terrific rest of the day, and we'll get caught up again soon. It's nice to see you. I hope we have one of those color good nights here soon.
Yes, I would love to catch you out there on the beach and sit down with you and educate you on all the services that we bring.
Well, tell you what, you and somebody come to the radio station. We'll do it. We'll do it live in studio, mask-free zone, bro.
Okay, look forward to it.
I appreciate it. So you're going to get in trouble from somebody over at the governor's office for calling me and telling me about the home runs that you hit in Washington D.C., because they're going to want to take credit for that.
They were all there. They all said, "How do you think I got through the door?"
Smart. All right, buddy, I got to let you go. I got to let you go before I get in trouble. You have a fantastic rest of the day. Dave Del Sola from the Department of Labor here. And there is good news, is they're that much closer now to a program, ladies and gentlemen, where we will be able to, as we did before, certify H-2 labor here on Guam and say, yeah, I got to build this up. We don't have the guys here, so I'm the governor. I'm checking off on this. And then you call the employment companies, and they send a bunch of guys. I forget where they're from. There's a whole, I mean, it's obviously the Philippines, but there's this whole province area, which is one of the places where the majority of the laborers that come to Guam are from. Yeah.
I didn't know that,
if we get Carl Gutierrez online, there is something like that, and they understand it. And so when things get bad here, they got to kind of grit their teeth and tighten their belts a little bit, because it means there's less money being patriated. That's not the word. That's not the correct word. But less money flowing from here to there in the form of wages. 7:58 and change on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-255-888-TALK. In case you missed the announcement earlier, if you were stuck in traffic somewhere between Fish Eye and the port here, there has been a fender bender accident, and every time I look at the traffic gizmo, it tells me that it's beginning to open up a little bit more, so maybe it looks like maybe the cops and the ambulance. No, it doesn't. All right, sorry, that was parallax. It's about the same as, and now it's looking like it's snagging southbound traffic, moving to the northbound. So be on the lookout for that. Minute and a half or so away from the top of the hour, the pre-apprenticeship opportunities in telecommunications are available right now. This came out last week, and they got their hands on about $3.5 million worth of money from Workforce Innovation and Opportunity. So, okay, stateside money that's coming out here. Pre-apprenticeship program includes training and curriculum that aligns with the skills needs of the employers, access to education, paid work experience up to 480 hours. And they include positions like customer service representative, telecommunications technician, cable installer, and repairer. And those last two product categories, in my mind, are going to be permanent here on Guam. They will always need guys for the outside part, the cable installation and repair. That's outside work, and it's decent money. In a lot of cases, the more customers you see, if you got a lot of good hustle on you, then you're going to get paid superior. Telecommunications technicians, there is another spot. Can you figure out what's wrong with the inside of whatever's happening in these 19-inch racks? Can you figure it out while you're on top of a pole? Those are some of the categories for which the dollars generally come in a little bit higher for your kids. Closing in on 8 o'clock in the morning, the radio station is KUSG. I got you. We are 93.3 The Point. We are Guam's headquarters 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's Fox News Live. We got another report coming your way here in just seconds.
Refusing to denounce the invasion. I'm Joe Giro, Fox News. China's ambassador to the U.S. is defending his country's refusal to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Chen Gong told CBS's Face the Nation it would do nothing to stop the violence, and he said trade relations will remain the same.
China has normal trade, economic, financial, energy cooperations with Russia.
Chen insisted that China remains against a war. Ukrainian President Zelensky called on Israel to take a stronger stand against Russia. In a Zoom speech to the Knesset, Zelensky asked through a translator why Israel hasn't sent some of its air defense technology to Ukraine.
You are capable of helping our people to defend the lives and the lives of Ukrainian Jewish people.
Israel has been careful about antagonizing Russian President Putin. The first black woman nominated to the U.S. Supreme Court goes before the Senate Judiciary Committee. Confirmation hearings begin Monday for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. She's expected to present an opening statement late in the day, then answer questions over the next 2 days. Another new variant of COVID-19, dubbed BA2, is spreading across the U.S. White House Chief Medical Advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci tells ABC's This Week he's optimistic.
Hopefully we won't see a surge. I don't think we will. The easiest way to prevent that is to continue to get people vaccinated, and for those who have been vaccinated, to continue to get them boosted.
Fauci says the new variant is 50 to 60% more transmissible than Omicron. Saudi state-run media says that Yemen's Houthi rebels have attacked several targets in Saudi Arabia with drones and missiles. No casualties are reported. America is listening to Fox News.
Get a box of Post or Kellogg's cereal for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a 75-ounce bottle of Dawn dish soap for only $5.95 when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Get a Bounty paper towel 2-pack for only 99 cents when you fuel up on $35 or more of mid-grade or premium high-performance fuel. Conditions apply. See store for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
Half a day. This is Jade Uggan from Security Title, and in celebration of Tomorrow Month, here is a tip on dealing with your land. You might be thinking of giving part of your property to your child or another family member. Once you have subdivided the property and recorded the map, you will also need to record the deed transferring the title. Just drawing the map is not enough to make sure they actually own the land. Protehi I Tanonmu. When it comes to your family land, call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
The Senate will take up legislation approved by the House that would end trade relations with Russia and Belarus. Nebraska Republican Senator Ben Sasse was asked about it on Fox News Sunday.
Yeah, we should cut the Russians off from the global economy. I'm a zealous free trader, but this isn't an issue of free trade. This is about an illegal, immoral, unjust invasion of Ukraine, and we should be cutting Russia off from all international markets.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer of New York has indicated he hopes the legislation will move quickly to President Biden's desk for approval. iPhone owners are being warned about using some apps because of malware from hackers. Fox's Laura Cantor has a report.
Security firm Sophos stating in a report that hackers have discovered 2 new ways to install malware on iPhones. Hackers from an organized crime campaign, which Sophos named CryptoROM, have been installing malware on Apple's Test Lite service, where a select group of users test new apps before they are launched on the App Store. CryptoROM also targeting web clips, which provide quick access to favorite web pages or links. Sophos advising iPhone users to be extremely careful when downloading an app that is not from the App Store. Laura Cantor, Fox News.
A Kansas man who spent 32 years in prison for a double murder he did not commit is suing the county where he was convicted. Fox's Chris DeMeo has the story.
45-year-old Lamont McIntyre is seeking $93 million in damages. He says he was framed by a former detective and other officers. McIntyre has filed the suit against the United Government of Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas. McIntyre was freed from prison in 2017 after a local prosecutor asked the court to vacate his convictions and drop all charges. A federal judge will hear the civil case this fall. Chris DeMeo, Fox News.
And I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APO. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APO is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 give you not 1, not 2, but 3-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match 3-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit nambo.com for more information.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on the point. More witness testimony in Rudy Quinata's murder trial. Quinata was accused of killing former Umatic Mayor Daniel Sanchez last year. Quinata's neighbor testified on Friday, recalling what he saw on the night of the murder. Josea Ugin says he saw 3 people standing under a canopy in front of Quinata's house and recognized Quinata and his girlfriend Joyner Sked as 2 of the 3 people. He told the court he was not able to identify the third person, but described the individual as being a big guy with long hair and a ponytail. Again, also claims an unfamiliar car was parked out front of Quinata's home for 3 days and noticed that the lights never went off during the day. Trial continues today with government witnesses taking the stand. And another drug arrest was made following a traffic stop by Guam police. 37-year-old Sean Michael Kitsutsu Lujan was charged with possession of a Schedule II controlled substance as a third-degree felony. Police say 2 glass pipes were found in the vehicle, and the suspect admitted to the substance in the pipes being ice. This is not the first time police found drugs in Lujan's car during a traffic stop. In 2017, police pulled over the suspect for making exaggerated turns. Court documents state that a plastic bag containing meth and $40,000 in cash were found in Lujan's car. The warrant for the 2017 case is still active. And one of the defendants indicted in connection with a stabbing in Ordot last month was denied. 32-year-old Sean Christopher Sablon is being held on $25,000 cash bail for attempted murder, robbery, aggravated assault, and theft of property after he and 49-year-old Hercules Perez Axel and 42-year-old Rebecca Ann Nicholas stabbed and robbed a man at his Ordot home last month. Court documents state that the victim was able to escape and flag down a police officer who was patrolling the area. Assistant AG David Rivera says the victim opposed Sablon's release, saying he is fearful of being contacted by the defendant. Magistrate Judge Jonathan Kwan denied Sablon's request. More local news after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
The Archdiocese has a week to come up with a new settlement proposal in the clergy sexual abuse case. Archbishop Michael Burns says the court has ordered an offer to be ready by a status hearing scheduled for this Friday. Burns wrote a letter to local Catholics saying many assets must be contributed by parishes, schools, ministries, and the Chancery to reach an end to bankruptcy. More than 280 victims filed suit against the church, forcing it to declare bankruptcy 3 years ago. And Guam's new power plant will require a long-term lease of government land in Dededo and in Pidi. The plant will be built and operated by Korea Electric Power Corporation, or KEPCO, and GPA is working with Senator Joe San Augustine on legislation to approve a land lease. Guam law prohibits the commercial lease of public land for more than 5 years unless approved by the legislature. GPA General Manager John Beneventi says the proposed land lease would be for 30 years and would cover the full term of the KEPCO power plant contract of 25 years with an optional 5-year extension. And GDOE is in support of a bill that would help public high school students fulfill graduation requirements by joining clubs. GDOE's student failure rate increased to 30 to 40% during the COVID-19 pandemic, which was between 20 and 25% pre-pandemic. Senator Amanda Shelton introduced the Club for Credit Program Act of 2021 on behalf of the Guam Youth Congress to help students who lost school credit during the pandemic when shifting to distance learning. GDOE Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction Joe Sanchez says educators support the bill but requested changes regarding the grading. Sanchez says details on how students will be graded should be up to GDOE to decide rather than being specified in the bill. A student can earn a maximum of 1 full credit from the program after completing 120 hours with 1 or 2 clubs. 60 hours with a club can earn up to half a credit. If passed, the program will go into effect in 2024. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Just stop doing education. Just forget about it. You know what? If we're going to make this about clubs and volunteering and being woke and stuff, I mean, the kids can learn all of whatever they need to learn. They'll learn on movies and comic books like Real Joe and I did. Everything that you want to know is on Star Trek. Somewhere there is an episode that will teach you everything that you need to know about the way the world works and all that stuff. And we'll just give up on the whole education thing. Let's just make it all about fun. We'll just show up and just go from one club to another club to another club. And how was school today? Oh, I did great. I was in the math club, and then I was in the chess club, and I was in the backgammon club, and then after school we went and had the marching club. Oh, it's called ROTC. It's the marching club. Did you ever do that, Real Joe?
I was. NJROTC.
Okay, so when you were there, was it voluntary? Or are you like me?
I was in trouble, and I was given a choice.
There we go. That's the way things worked at our school. Anyway, you need a credit. You're not going to give it to you by going to a club. Here it is. Here's your three choices. If you're a Duenas man in trouble, we got. I can put you into ROTC, or you can take a language class, or you can go to JFK. How's that? Those are your three choices. And I knew I'd get my ass kicked if I went to JFK, so It was down to the language thing, and I'd already failed Spanish once. So I figured, you know what? Let me try this ROTC, and it was great because back in this like 1979, 1980, and it was great because they still gave you clothes. And I'll tell you what, those baggy pants, those black baggies, the khaki baggies.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, the chicks go crazy over that stuff. You know, they had the shirt that you never need to iron.
Nothing fit right.
The military belt. I think I still have the khaki belt and the brass thing around the house.
You can get your pants hemmed at McJastil's.
I'm sorry, I digress. Amanda, leave this one alone. This is not. You will not wrap yourself in glory with this thing from the. There's a reason why they're youth Congress and not real legislators. It's 8:13 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Is it time for the weather? Maybe I'll do weather. But before, let me just take a look at the map here and see if it's getting better, because it looked like things were, much better. It looks like we've opened up the intersection down there over at the Port Authority of Guam. Two-car accident snagged things up for a little bit. Southbound traffic, as you get closer to it, is going to be getting slower, but there's light at the end of that tunnel right there. Mostly sunny in today's forecast. Daytime highs 87 degrees. Winds east up to about 16 miles an hour. Gusting as high as 21 today, and that's going to be fanning some of these flames. So be careful with your cigarette and your marijuana and your flamethrower if you're out in the boondocks. Mostly cloudy this evening. Overnight lows around 77. Easterly winds again up to about 14 miles an hour. And then mostly sunny and partly cloudy for tomorrow. That's what the weather forecast looks like. So if you like today, tomorrow should be just as good. We've got sunset tonight at 6:32. Hashtag tell the others. And the heat index today is going to be 92 degrees. Brace, brace, brace. What you want to do here is call your friend and say, hey, is the aircon running at your house? And the answer is yes. I'm going to come over and Netflix and chill over at the... Do you have beer? Because I'd be cool if I could like sit in your air conditioner, watch your Netflix. Hey, do you have that VPN so you can get Disney Plus? You're awesome. I'll be right there. 8:15 in the morning, and traffic in Petey, color no good. But Mayor of Petey, color good. We got Jess Allig on the way. Stay right there.
When one of my family members needs to be seen by a medical provider for an illness or injury that's not life-threatening but still requires immediate medical care, I go to the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. With convenient hours, no appointment needed, and medical providers I trust, I know my loved ones are receiving quality medical care. I trust the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. You can too. For more information, go to www.fhpguam.com. FHP Health Center, the island's only truly dedicated urgent care.
Introducing the phone that makes epic the standard, the Samsung Galaxy S22. This Galaxy is oh so beautiful and now available at GTA. Get the Samsung Galaxy S22 on HPO with the Live Limitless wireless plan and enjoy unlimited talk, text, high-speed data, and more for only $55 a month. And for a limited time, when you buy the Samsung Galaxy S22, you'll receive a $200 gas card for free. Come in today and make the Samsung Galaxy and Live Limitless your epic standard. Terms and conditions apply. GTA. We start with you.
I'd just like to say thank you very much to Maka. And let me see, it's Maka. Who else is giving? My buddy Leo Kell, Andy Hendricks, Rick Leone, and Felice Valencia for liking me on Strava and my pathetic Saturday run. I just want to say thank you very much. It wasn't as pathetic as the Wednesday run earlier in the week. I actually got double the mileage in between the Wednesday run and the Saturday run. But my pace went down because I thought it wasn't as hot, and I got a good start on it, and I'm starting to feel good. And usually, just when I start to feel good, I crash. But thank you very much, Maka, and everybody else that is.
Thank you.
I frankly forgot my Strava was still on, so I'm posting accidentally the worst runs of my life, the absolute worst runs of my life since I've been a runner, and I'm very, very embarrassed by this. And all of a sudden, Maka's going, "Hey, good run." Oh, my God. Chili's has the seafood you crave and the flavors that you love this Lenten season. Indulge in delicious Lent-friendly soups, salads, apps, and entrees. They're in the second floor of the Tumon Sands Plaza. Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
8:17 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show, and here he is, ladies and gentlemen, the Zelensky of the Mayor's Council. We're talking about Mayor Jess Alec from the beautiful village of Petey. Good morning, Jess.
Good morning, Zelensky. That's a good one. Hey, I called in and you had to go to weather. Donna, she's right. You need to stop doing weather sometimes.
What? It's hot. Oh my God! It's one of those things. It's just crazy hot out there. You get I put on a clean shirt, and about 10 minutes in, even in the house, 10 minutes in, it just feels like I'm starting to sweat through it.
I called right away because I'm like, what the hell? Why do you have a problem with us Islanders? Let me tell you, I'm gonna kick your.
What? Oh, the JFK thing. No, bro. No. Let me put this into context. Not a problem with the Islanders. It was the JFK Islanders for the most part, and there were a bunch of guys there that were really there were a bunch of guys that were really unhappy because I was dating their girls. I was a Duenas guy, and the crazy thing is they were both named Linda. And so there's, any number of people I'd go, drive over to the campus and hang out with them. And there's all these guys that been bothering me because, hey, what are you doing here with the white shirt and your black pants checking out that's the JFK girl. You stay away, bro. But we're friends now. They're friends now because all of them think I went to school there. And I'm like, no, that was Dominic. But if the confusion works, the confusion works. 8:19 in the morning. But I went to the prom. I even went to the JFK prom.
I am a proud Islander, and I think I'm doing okay.
Dude, you weren't there in the 80s. There's a more radical time. That was a much more radical time. I didn't have the guts to date anybody at GCC.
We came back, so my family, real quick, we left Guam, but we came back, we moved back, and I was a freshman in high school, and my parents said, oh, you're going to this school, and I thought, what? Why am I going to go there? We didn't go to no private school before. Mm-hmm. And we thought, I'm like, no, I don't want to go. I want to go to the school that's closer to the house. And that was JFK.
Okay.
And my parents were like, what? You have to go to that school. I'm thinking, no. So we fought them. And,
and now you're a proud graduate of John F. Kennedy High School. Good for you.
I'm a proud Islander. That is for sure.
8:20 in the morning, and anyway. since you feel that I've got nothing to contribute, let me just recognize, and this is fact now. This is a fact. It was the JFK Islanders, class of '79, maybe '80, that invented the concept of hotel parties. Hotel room parties. We used to get together, and boy, if I throw the names on the radio, their parents would still be crazy angry. Oh, that's why you said it was study group. You said that you were going there to study. And there's what's the name of it's a condo now, but it used to be a hotel just up the hill from just up Santos Hill. You know where I'm talking? The Mariana something. Joe, do you remember the name of it?
No.
All right. Well, it's a nice place. Swimming pool in the front, and you go in the back. It's real nice. They converted it from a hotel to a condo for many years. And where the Infusion is now used to be a drive-through liquor store. So it was a great combination for me and my JFK friends. We'd go and get a hotel room in this place, and then we'd just pool our money. And when we run out of booze, we just go hit that drive-through and come back and party some more until the police knock on the door. But I got to give credit where credit was due. That was a JFK That was a JFK Islander situation, and I'm never ever going to be able to take that away from him. 8:21. Now moving into speaking of schools, what is this noise? Okay, so there's a story in the newspaper about how there's certain principals of the schools that are so unhappy with the quality of the bush cutting and the weed whacking and the mowing there that it looks like there are a couple of mayors that had to go backstop for the contractor. What? And it sounds like there's a couple of different stories going on. What's the version from the middle guys in the mayor's council where you got to pick up the slack no matter what?
Well, that's us all the time. I mean, shoot, we always pick up the slack. I mean, we're always cutting grass that's not part of our responsibility. So GDOE cuts their vendor cuts from the fence, only inside the fence. They don't cut outside the fence.
Hey.
Can you imagine that? I mean, outside the fence, that's right in front of your property. It's like, wow.
Well, who engineered this deal? What rocket scientist at Adeloop said, yeah, that's okay, but right up to the fence.
Exactly. So we do it even here at Jose Rios. It's like, okay, so what part of that is not your property? I mean, really? That's the front of your house. Cut it. No, that's the problem. Ever since, and that's why the mayors with the larger schools and the larger villages, they are all up in arms because they don't have to, but they do because it's in their village,
right?
It's children. So we're forced to do it because why would you want your kids to walk through the jungle to get into their nicely cut school?
Well, if it's nicely cut on the inside, because they're saying that there are cases where the contractor's not showing up. Now, I'm familiar with the contractors, though I've never had to use them, but they've been in the game for a long time, and they're also making the citation. Oh, and by the way, GDOE is also behind in paying us for some of this work. But hey, it's the government of Guam, and these are schools for the kids, and a lot of our kids are attending these same schools, so we'll go ahead and take care of it. So it just feels like there's a couple of different stories going on, but that one is a wrinkle that I had not heard, is that in addition to backstopping by doing some of the work inside the fence, you've got to do work on the outside, I guess public side of the fence. But it doesn't. If that's the problem, the fence is not the demarcation line, is it? I guess didn't they just put that up there to keep people out?
Well, that's what it is for the vendor, and so I'm not blaming the vendor because it probably isn't the vendor's fault. It was probably the way the request was made. I would assume. And then if it's not GDOE's problem, then it's the law that only allows for a particular square footage of property to get cut. And so, but whatever the case may be, they need to go and revisit that. The reason why the mayor's never had a problem in the past is because we cut it anyway. I mean, we were the ones cutting it,
right,
and we were the ones paying for it. Right, so we cut it regardless of size. But now that grass cutting part went back to GDOE because it's their school, we're left with GDOE is only cutting within their fence and outside the fence where the kids walk.
Oh my God, there's just topping.
So, but you know what? It's been brought up many times. I mean, it's not the first. This is not the first time. I guess it just got elevated this most recent time. But I mean, it's always discussed. It's always brought up because that's one of our biggest concerns. Every time we meet with GDOE officials, or if we're sending our representative into the meeting, it's always don't forget the grass. Don't forget to tell them to include all the way out to the the easements. Don't forget out to the road because the bus drives there. Parents.
Oh my God! If I cut my yard like that, my mom would get Hello, no going out.
More than a tilik.
No girlfriend until the yard is done. Right. Yeah. Forget Linda can't come over. For your study group. Grass cutting at schools. I mean, this is a provocative headline on a Saturday morning. Grass cutting at schools frustrates GDOE on top of everything else that we've got to deal with over here. And then you've got a vendor that is unpaid. That's an interesting side angle on the stories. And then you've got those weirdo issues. Here's the thing, guys. For those of you that are you new here? This is the thing. It doesn't matter whether or not the JJ or the kids in the school do this. If the grass in front of the school is not cut to military trim style, or at least Bushwhacker 1, then what's going to happen is the mayors are going to get it. The people in the village will, hey, what's going, Feising the mayor? Why aren't they taking care of that? It's not their job anymore. They gave it away to somebody else, and GDOE has apparently got this weirdo contract with JJ that makes it so they can cut the grass right up to the chain link fence, but no further.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct.
These are the most amazing times that we've got here. And that's not the only thing that you guys are going to be dealing with. I'm sure that you've got a steady parade of residents flowing into each of the mayor's offices going, well, you know, I thought I was going to make it past this COVID, but with the price of fuel going up, price of power probably going to be going up, price of everything going up, I need some help. Do you have, are you guys, you know, still clearing house for all of these people and all the different government programs that are available to help?
Oh yeah, all the time. Because you know we're Grand Central Station, right? So we definitely have people coming through to us. And if there's anything that we should do, it is that, right? It is to help get those services to our people. So that I have no qualms with at all. But when it comes to filling the gaps, then that's kind of our bigger issue. And the grass cutting is one of them, or the schools maintenance is one of them. But you know, we have a good relationship with the schools for the most part. That's not the problem. The issue is, you know, a responsibility. Funding is always a problem, and that's our bigger issue.
Homelessness in the communities. Are you seeing that rising in PD?
Yeah, well, so there's a couple cases that we've seen, and you know, we tease each other as mayors because we always say, hey, you know, you can take back your resident.
Oh yeah, it's your guy. It's your guy.
Yeah, that's yours. So then someone up north will say, hey, you know, the so-and-so's from PD, can you come pick them up? So it's like, I kind of have a stranger down here, and they always say, oh, you know, we drop it at so-and-so park, you know.
Oh my God! Oh Lord! You know what? It sounds crazy, but that's the same noise that I hear from some guys when it comes to stray dogs. Is that, you know, there was a rumor going around that they were picking up stray dogs in one village and dropping them off in another. Because gain is full.
That's not a rumor. That seems to be true. That is true. That is very true.
Oh my God.
I mean, you know, how does a pack of dogs just mysteriously appear one day? Okay, certainly they probably could have, you know, roamed there, but sometimes you gotta think about it. But yeah,
there was the group from there was a bunch that were laying around up in Teedzin for a while. They're still there, but I think they found the back way down to around Home Depot. And every once in a while, you'll drive by the intersection to Home Depot, and there's you know 3 or 4 dogs, looks like a mom and a litter of pups that have grown up kind of in that area. And it doesn't seem. I don't know who the mayor of Home Depot is, so. It's one of those things that they're going to have to get to. 8:29 in the morning. Mayor Alec, it's always a delight talking with you and always enlightening. Maybe when we next speak after you and the Mayor's Council have had a chance to get together, we'll get a final update on what's going to be happening with Liberation. We're not that far away from it as the clock, what is it, less than 150 days between now and Liberation, right?
The best radio station on the island needs to put a float together, so you prepare for
Can do. Hey, bro, I'll commit to that right now. Real Joe, start planning it. I need golf carts, because you're not somebody. Listen, you're not somebody unless you're somebody riding around in a golf cart with a number or a name or some alphanumeric thing that you had to kiss Angel Sablan's ass for. You know what I mean? If you're not somebody unless you're a golf cart somebody on Liberation.
Decorate a golf cart, right?
No, we'll do what we always do because it's easy. We just get because there's no tourists here yet, right? So we can get those trolley cars. Yeah. We'll get a trolley, put Daryl Zamba on there. D-Love.
There you go.
So we'll have some mixing going on up there, and we just have all the personalities from all the stations. I will, of course, be under the tent pretending to conduct a live broadcast. Pretending to drink, and then make sure always that I'm staged right next to the Marines. There's a group of Marine veterans that I always want to be next to because they got the right color coolers, and that less I say about that, the better. Anyway, so we'll look for a commitment here in the next few days, and trust me, if you guys are going to have a parade, then we'll be in it.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
All right, bro.
We'll talk to you soon, Ray.
We'll start putting the Pika's Best logo on our campaign thing, and then we'll just drive it really slow in front of K57 and KUAM. You wanna?
Yeah.
It's Monday. It's Monday. I'm Perfecto Cassie. So I'll talk to you later, Jess. You have a great day.
Okay.
What? They do that to us. But they're not Pika's Best this year, so it's like that. 8:31 in the morning, and I suppose now would be a good time to throw in that last look at news and headlines, but we don't do it unless we make Donna wait at least 60 seconds.
We're already Pika's best radio station, but we're always looking for ways to be even better. Announcing the point on Alexa. In addition to our FM and HD radio feeds, our incredible app, informative website, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live, you can now tell Alexa to stream The Point. And your smart speaker will start playing whatever we're saying. News and views 24/7 with your 4-word command. Alexa, stream The Point.
Half a day. This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. Gas prices continue to rise, and we are here to help. We have revised Programan Salapi to provide a $300 direct cash assistance payment to most households. We heard your struggle, and we hope this relief will help during these difficult times. Applications will be accepted starting Tuesday, March 15, 2022. For more information, visit doa.guam.gov.
This ad is paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
I'm sorry, I think I'm funny, but you take a look at the comments on YouTube. These are boys for the back of the bus dudes. Lupang Guam, let me see, what do we got? Booney Dog Chamorro's online. Dang, I could have been a great Reverend Tax employee. Also says, Raymond, President Trump built that fence. How dare you try to tear it down? Also, quick review. Elijah Craig, small batch is excellent for Irish coffee. Lupang Guam says, only on Guam, Booney Dogs are relocated to other villages. I love this island, seriously. Deport. You. Tedetado with you. Let's see. Booney Dog tomorrow. Safe travels and bon voyage to my good friend, PB, who is on her way to Vietnam to take care of a sick relative. We'll miss your lunch and dinner specials. Maybe, good luck, Godspeed, and come back soon. Booney Dog tomorrow. We are Booney Dogs without borders. Well, okay. So, I don't know who needs to hear this. I have a lot of friends that come to Guam for a short time. Maybe they're here in the military. Maybe they got a job in the Fed or something like this. And, there's a thing, right? You get to Guam, you fall in love with the island, and you see all these Booney Dogs and stuff, and you say, well, I got to do something I feel compelled to get involved in. And they go and get a Booney Dog, which they naturally, because there's nothing more affectionate and loyal than a Guam bomb Booney Dog. And, back in the olden days, it's like, just keep it outside, keep it on the house. But anymore, people are, these are inside the dog house. They eat better than I do in a lot of cases. And then it gets time for them to move. And do you know what people are paying to get a Guam bomb Booney Dog off island with them?
Wow. What's the airfare, man?
In the thousands. In the thousands. We were talking yesterday about somebody and a dog, and the answer on the question is of how much is this going to cost? Well, best deal I can get you is about $5,000. What? Really? Yeah.
You better call Charlie Hermosa, man. And put that
well, there was another story. There was another story about somebody that, and it was
the boat, dude.
I don't know how much of this is airlines, and I don't know how prevalent it is wherever else in the country that you fly dogs and animals around. But there was a story about one guy out in the Gulf Island that needed to get an animal into the state, and the airlines that he talked to wouldn't take the dog, wouldn't in cargo, couldn't carry it on your lap or anything like that. So they literally had to book fare on a cargo ship because that was the only other way that the dog was going to get off island. And so he booked a fare on a cargo ship, and it took him a couple of days from get to one place to another. But that was the way it worked. And I feel bad for these people. There gets to be rotating season with the military here on a regular basis, and you hear stories about people desperate to either get help to get the dogs off the island or find somebody to adopt those dogs. And I think there are a number of people, and ask Pam Duvall how many doggies she's got. And she's a big-hearted woman, and I can see her getting an email from somebody, can't take the dog with me. I can't stay. Will you take the dog? And Pam will go, yes, I'll take the dog. And how many people like Pam are there out there that say, okay, I'll take the dog, I'll foster it for a little bit, and then I'll find somebody to adopt it.
Forever home.
It becomes the forever home. They know you, lady. They know exactly who you are. 8:36 in the morning. I'm sorry, I digressed. We got in that Boonie Dog conversation, and it just seems to me there needs to be a big sign on, at Gain or wherever it is that people are adopting these dogs and cats from that say it will literally cost you an arm and a leg to get these dogs off island if you decide that you're going to leave and you want them to go with you. It's going to cost you a whole lot of money. Be prepared for that. 8:36 in the morning. And Donna De Jesus now standing by with our last big look at news and headlines for a Monday morning. Donna, what happened?
The man accused of killing 27-year-old Michael Castro has been accused of violating conditions of his pretrial release. Nicholas Wayne Moore is one of the men accused in Castro's murder, and his probation officer confirms that Moore made 2 unauthorized stops to 2 pharmacies in Tuning on Wednesday. Moore was charged with aggravated murder after Castro was found shot in his vehicle in October of 2020. He pleaded not guilty and is currently on house arrest. The probation office is asking the court to order Moore to appear to answer charges of violating the conditions of his release. And Guam Crime Stoppers is asking the community for any information on a gas station robbery that occurred on Saturday, March 12 at the mobile station in Mangilao. Reports state that around 2 in the morning, the suspect approached a customer making a purchase and grabbed his money. He was seen fleeing in the victim's car, a 2010 green Toyota Camry with the license plate PT402. Anyone with information can submit a tip online at guam.crimestoppersweb.com. Rescue units are still searching for 2 fishermen who were swept off the reef in Inarajan over the weekend. GFD officials say units from the Fire Department, Coast Guard, and HSC 25 conducted a 3-day search for 2 men ages 24 and 28 outside the reef line and along the shoreline from Bear Rock to Talafofo Bay. Drones and rescue personnel on jet skis were deployed, but divers were unable to perform dive operations due to hazardous sea and surf conditions. No other details were released as of news time. And GDOE has to wait and see if it would be granted relief from meeting instructional requirements for this school year. GDOE sought 2 requests from legislators, one to waive service learning hours requirements for graduation, and the other for exemption from the 180 instructional day mandate due to COVID-19 disruptions. A total of 24 school days were missed, and GDOE requested that service learning hours be waived for graduating seniors who would not be able to graduate without the waiver and would miss college admission deadlines. Education officials are waiting on word from Committee on Education Chair Senator Talina Nelson, who is currently on military leave. The legislation must be passed by the legislature to formally waive the statutory mandates on the public school system. And that was your last look at local headlines. I'm Donna De Jesus.
I don't have to do weather here. I'm just saying. I can. I can. It's nice. Go to the beach. Serious, you're going to be hot at the beach. There's a bunch of them that I go to where there's actually a place where you can duck in and get some shade, and also ice-cold refreshments of a variety of different flavor styles and colors, even those seltzers that everybody seems to be drinking these days.
It's cute, Ray.
Still haven't found it. Still haven't. You know what I was looking for? My buddy from Ambrose told me about it. Is there's a Michelob Ultra, which I already like. I already like Michelob Ultra. And then they've got one that's like an Amberbach version of Michelob Ultra.
You don't say.
Are you afraid of the dark? What a great blend of flavors in your mouth, but really, really hard to find. It's one of those things where as soon as it shows up at the stores, if they get it, as soon as it shows up, gone right away, straight to jail. So if you see that at the store, I haven't even had a chance to try it, but let's see it at the store, buy it, and then let's see if we can get together and goof off somewhere and drink some of that. Have you been watching the amazing, the plummeting numbers, if you will, of COVID cases in the last several days?
Yeah, saw that.
So the number here that we got in this morning's report, or late yesterday's report, is 7 new cases. Now, it's preliminary, and there are additional cases from the weekend that I'm sure that they're going to be adding that to in today's report. But still, in all, it's interesting to see how many fewer people are testing positive for COVID-19 these days. Is it possible one of several things is happening? Number one, we're just testing less. Or there's still a lot of people going to the testing things, not in as many numbers, but a lot of people got those free test kits and they're testing at home and they're positive and go, okay, I'm positive. I guess I better go get Tylenol.
But they keep saying, I keep reading somewhere that the rapid tests aren't as accurate as getting a PCR test.
Oh, I've heard that none of these tests are accurate one way or the other. And then,
but that's the least accurate. But the 7 cases, the 7 cases of COVID came out of 8 specimens, so that was 7 out of 8.
Oh my God, like 95%. Is a 95% it? Did they all do something wrong? Did they use the same swab? Is that what happened? He could see. They used the same swab. 8:41 in the morning. But hospitalizations, no denying this, hospitalizations are down as well. There are 12 vaccinated people in the hospital going, but I'm vaccinated. What am I doing here? And 3 unvaccinated people saying, I'll be better tomorrow. I'll be better tomorrow. I'm reasonably healthy. That's where the numbers seem to be going. So watch, and this is all timing is everything. Timing is everything. It's a ripoff of the Steve Martin bit. Most important thing about comedy is timing. I mean, timing. But we got to get the timing right, Real Joe, because the State of the Island address is coming up. And what are people hoping for in the State of the Island?
When is that, Ray? Is that 24th or the 26th or somewhere?
Somebody told me, and it was one of those things where I was either looking at my WhatsApp at the time or waiting for them to stop talking so I could start talking. It's talk radio. So it's one of those things, and they mentioned it, and I said, okay, it's the 20-something. That makes sense, right? So the conventional wisdom is the administration, will use that date to announce our victory over COVID-19 and to transition from the phase of living in a pandemic to living in an endemic. We will live with COVID-19. Yeah, if there's a booster shot that you need, it's probably going to need for people that are older or have comorbidities. You know who you are. And we urge you to take good care of yourself. But they'll use some soaring language and then the conversation about, ladies and gentlemen in the hall, please remove your masks. I'm, as of this date, lifting the mask mandate. Oh! Not quite what I was going for. I was looking for the angelic thing. I was looking for the... Yes, we'll use this as an opportunity to declare our victory over COVID-19. No more mask mandate. Take down your masks, ladies and gentlemen. I know some of you... Are you ready for this? Are you ready for that? I was looking at some other stuff. There's probably infrastructure of the program that I'm just kind of rolling over right now. But I was looking at some stuff here where they're talking about like the last holdouts besides Guam for masks. Obviously, there's big call in transportation. TSA has extended the mask mandate. Although I'm kind of curious as to who gave them the power to even have a mask mandate in place to begin with, an executive order maybe or something like that, but completely bypassing Congress. Senate Democrats have voted with Republicans to undo that extension. Going probably the same thing as I said. Wait a second, you never had the authority to do that. We don't care who the authority granted you probably comes from Congress, and they didn't ask us. But now that we're being asked, end the extension. Medical experts are advocating for continued masking on public transportation, specifically air travel, to reduce broader community transmission. Again, they use the word experts, although I think they've conducted as many tests as they need to and found that travel on an airplane might be the most COVID-safe thing that you can do. Even though you're right next to somebody, you're not essentially breathing a lot of the same air because it's turning over as rapidly as it is. At least that's the story. One person wearing a mask reduces the likelihood of getting COVID by 50%. According to the director of Aviation Public Health Initiative at Harvard University. If a guy was any good, he'd have a job in the private sector, never mind the academic sector. And many Americans, including individuals with compromised immune systems that put them at a greater risk for severe illness, they're starting to say that they're going to get left behind in this mask mandate because, we have comorbidities. We're of a certain age. So we should keep wearing our masks, even though everybody else will get to take theirs off. It just doesn't sound fair, right? Doesn't sound fair at all. Watch as this develops into a full-blown crisis among the people that like to continue to keep us divided. It's 8:45 in the morning. Quick break, and I'll be right back.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
Yeah, I got it. Portions of the program brought to you by my friends. Is this Wendy's? I'm going to tell everybody about the Punko fish fry thing over it, because it's Lent over at Wendy's place. Good idea for you to swing by there and try the crispy Punko fish fillet sandwich. Wild-caught Alaskan fish fillet. It's pollock served crispy golden brown and topped with a creamy dill tartar sauce, pickles, lettuce, and American cheese, all on a soft toasted bun. This is the way you would make a fish sandwich if you were in charge. So let them do the driving in the kitchen over at Wendy's. Worldwide radio listening audience through the magic of streaming, including in San Fernando City, Central Luzon, which is in the Philippines. And one of these days, I'll make my way to San Fernando City.
Oh, San Fernando.
I can hardly... There was a friend of mine...
That's in Pampanga, Ray.
Is it?
Yes.
How do you know?
Pampanga.
Who told you?
My father is from Pampanga.
You're making stuff up now.
I'm dual citizenship. That's my story when I go there. No one messes with me. My dad's from Pampanga.
Totally making it up. 8:47 in the morning, but there's apparently a San Miguel flavored beer. I saw a couple of pictures on it. I've got a couple of friends on Facebook that are in the Philippines. That's all I'm going to say about that. And she was holding a couple of long neck San Miguels. But I didn't recognize the logo. And it's one of these things like Instagram or Facebook, but I can't zoom in on it. God, I hate that when I can't zoom in on a picture on Instagram, Facebook. It hurts. But anyway, so I'm looking at the thing, and it's like San Miguel, and it's flavored beer. And I'm wondering, what did they flavor it with? Because I like limes, but maybe in the Philippines, we do calamansi.
Oh, yeah.
In your San Miguel.
They went fruity, huh?
Doesn't that sound great? Everybody's
Possibly.
going fruity. It's amazing.
Mango.
Before too much longer, you'll be able to get marijuana that's not flavored like marijuana. There's going to be all kinds of, it'd be like orange juice, lemonade, whatever. Lemonade flavored marijuana. Couldn't be so bad. Still smell like hell, but 8:48 in the morning, and I've got Bistra Rusinova Mendiola on the line here. Good morning, Bistra. Welcome to the program. Make me sound smart.
Good morning, Ray. Good morning. Yeah, wouldn't it be wonderful if all the mandates fall down like forever? Well, wishful thinking, but hopefully some of the heat that has been getting traction regarding the resolution 291-36, comes to fruition. I really hope so. Many people have been working really hard to push this through, and because it's election year, we might see the end of the tunnel. But I just wanted to say one thing. Would it be also wonderful if the science that we had in March of 2020 comes back again, comes back.
Oh, I'm sure it will. I am sure it will. 8:40. Bistra, you bring up one of the concerns that many people are expressing right now. Is that everything kind of hunky-dory now, and we're closing the doors on closing the files on COVID-19, and the numbers are going down at the hospital, and the number of test results, positives are coming down. So you're sitting there going, okay, we're in a great spot. We've been here before. We have been here before. You take a look at the numbers in between the Delta and Omicron. I think you'll recall there was a long period of time where everybody was actually in pretty good shape. We had made it through the summer months and moving into the fall months, and then all of a sudden we got hit with the Omicron, and that sent the numbers through the roof. There were a number of increased hospitalizations, we believe, and deaths that have been attributed to dying with COVID-19. And that still has to be proven to me as well. I'm still, hesitant to believe everything that I was told back in those days. But, hey, something's going to come up now. Now everybody's worried about this new Lambda variant that is playing around. And we don't know too much about the Lambda variant, so we better keep our guard up. The idea of the public health emergency ending and us going back to normalcy in my mind, I'll believe it when I see it. And I haven't seen it yet. And I call on members of the 35th Guam legislature to, number one, end the public health emergency under your own accord, enact new legislation that curbs any governor's ability to do as has been done under the existing rules. You got to take a look at every law that was cited in every executive order and either repeal or reenact with some changes.
Yes, I sure hope so, because
they won't.
I don't know, many people probably don't remember this, but even the governor in the beginning of this whole thing was citing that she doesn't have all the legal authority, and she was constantly in touch with the AG's office, and then magically things kind of shifted. So one just needs to raise the question why. We don't know. We can only speculate. But regarding the hospitalizations and everything, well, first of all, when we first started in March, we were under this flatten the curve stance. And
the first lie.
Yeah, the first one. Hold on. Well, what was that? That thing had nothing, and I repeat, nothing to do about reducing cases. And I'm just saying what the governor told us. That was, I believe, in April of 2020. Flatten the curve was based on projections of people who contract the virus. And she repeated that it isn't about reducing cases. And then again, all of a sudden, we switched. And then we Strive for 5. We did the Vaccinate Guam. Then we had the whole thing about herd immunity. And then what was that? The Operation Liberate Guam. Everything kept changing. But interestingly enough, and I'll tell you what the science was, and you're going to like it. You're going to like this. So 81% of all COVID-19 cases are mild or asymptomatic, 14% are moderate, and just 5% are considered critical. And when age is considered, the threat of death is just 0.2% for those under 50. And then we also had this cancer killed 26,000 people back in the day, and so forth and so forth. Well, guess who said that?
Wait, who? I remember the numbers that you're quoting have been consistent all the way through. I mean, from the original estimations and then watching actual case data, it was very, very clear, who I don't want to say intended victims were, who the likely victims for COVID-19 were going to be, any variant of it, really. But it seems to me that the Omicron works out to be the nicest of the variants that we've seen so far. But even then, it hasn't really moved the needle on some of the fatality numbers. And I think no matter who you are, you still have about a 98% chance, 96.5% chance of surviving COVID-19 if you get it?
Actually, the death rate as of today, and I'm just saying about Guam, is 0.73% to date overall for all ages across the board. But the words that I was quoting here, that came from the governor. She said that on March 5th. She had a, let me see, what was that? That was her remarks at the Guam Medical Association Asia Pacific Health Leadership Forum.
I remember.
On March 5th. So she had those numbers, and we've been repeating the same thing, and she even stressed that, the greatest pandemic of all is fear. So
where did that change? Because I have it's in my archives around here, a video of her presentation at that, where she said basically what all of the critics were saying at the time, and that was, if for most people this is going to be like a bad cold or a mild fever. There are going to be some people that are going to succumb to this if you've got these comorbidities, and I think she even labeled them. If you got problems breathing, if you got heart issues, if you got lung issues, you got cancer, variety of other comorbidities that would lead you to fall from COVID-19 if you got it. People in a certain age group and with those comorbidities. So wash your hands, and then that turned into checkpoints, and we're shutting this business down, and only food and stuff from the hardware store are
Yes.
considered essential.
Yes, it just started to build up like an avalanche. I have no explanation as to why, but we all know that this whole COVID situation was highly political. And when it came to the vaccines, that even kind of intensified even more so. More misinformation was given regarding the safety and efficacy of the vaccines, and they were citing that all phases of the trials were really designed and based on facts and a large amount of people, which is completely untrue. Phase 1 and 2 is based on very, very small number of people. Phase 3 was about 30,000 people for Pfizer. And none of the trials were actually designed to detect a reduction in any serious outcome. And I'm not saying that these are the words of the CEO of Moderna. Also, there's a FDA advisory committee that makes or breaks the case on the vaccine, and I remember Paul Offit, who was on that. He was basically confirming also that the PCR testing was not designed to detect mild infection. They were basically looking for moderate to severe illness to qualify this PCR as an event, meaning to say, we're looking at everything just to have cases. Where with the actual scientists, actual people that were working on this, they have other things in mind. And
the thing I'm told the way these work. Okay, not a scientific guy, but I talk to people that understand the science and will tell you that these PCR tests, that we can make it so that they will detect practically anything. The more cycles we run on this, the more times that we sample it, the more times that we look at it. It's like amplify until it gets big enough so that we can see the tiniest particle, and then you go, yep, that's COVID positive, and put that on the right side and say, okay, that means X dollars from the Fed. Or if somebody died with that in their system, that means that the hospital is going to be making extra because they can say that they were dealing with a COVID patient, or any number of I don't want to call them conspiracy theories because it feels like all of them have come true.
No, actually, it's not a conspiracy at all. It's not a conspiracy, Ray, because Fauci in July of 2020 said that if you run the cycle threshold at 35 or more, the chances of it being
positive,
detecting replication, that's what we call it, or contagious, are minuscule. They knew that all along, and yet what happened? Again, it's just mind-boggling because people are saying it, blurting it, and then all of a sudden the media picks up something completely different, and it becomes this vicious cycle of wishful thinking and misinformation, and then other people get blamed for it because the government's policies were failing constantly from the very beginning. There was this blame game going on. Remember the time when we were blaming the youngsters? You guys are going out to party and driving the wave, and then boom, the vaccine came. The unvaccinated are the driving force. Well, stop blaming people and go back and examine your own policies and base the decision really on science. And maybe you should listen to Dr. Fauci, what he was saying regarding the PCR testing. Shall we test everyone?
We just get Macris is on the radio about once a week, and he's been saying. I mean, you were everything that you were saying are things that Macris and others have been talking about for the last 2 years. Now, this is important, guys. 8:59 in the morning. The reason why this is an important conversation to have, number one, is we are now past the anniversary of the lockdown. We are past the March 20th, I believe, at noon that day was when it took effect, and that was the day that we were all supposed to stick around in the house. We were supposed to curb our movement, and if you were working someplace, well, you were going to have to work from home. You and your boss had to figure out how to do that. I was very pleased when I found out we were exempt because we are the media, and I thought, okay, that's great, and there was no traffic and no school and nobody going to work. GovGuam employees got paid. Everybody else, well, we're going to have to eat into your leave, and you're sick and all of that. This town has been through an awful lot, and we sure as hell could use an explanation of what they did that was right, that made a difference versus what they did that was wrong and did nothing but inconvenience a broad spectrum of people that we've got living here on Guam. I think there needs to be a conversation there. I think there needs to be a reckoning so that people understand why now they're wishing that they hadn't spent all of that PUA money that they got hanging out over at Tsubaki Tower and buying all these fancy vehicles and things like that. That money was never meant to be permanent, but somebody should have told you to hold on to that dough because at some point it was going to run out, and it might run out before our economy has recovered, which, as you see, Bistra, is the case.
Yes, we need to have that conversation, and a lot of people have been trying to reach out to various public officials. It's been just hitting a brick wall.
Well, forget about it, and I'll tell you why, is they don't have to be right. They don't have to be right. They will always be able to say, well, you know, if it saved one life, never mind the fact that it has ruined so many lives. We're in a conversation now about whether we ought to make up 24 days of missed education. DOE never wanted to close the schools. The Department of Education never wanted to send the kids back that second time around. They thought they had all the mitigation right. They were told by public health they had the mitigation right, but they were still told that they had to shut down. Executive branch employees that were told that they had to vaccinate whether they wanted to or not, or get tested every week. I think those people deserve an explanation and an apology. Bistro, we're already late into the Fox News. I got to find out if World War III started. Give me a ring anytime. If we do talk, I'm going to ask you, if we do talk again in the next 24 hours, I intend to ask you your thoughts on the continuing and seemingly changing story that is coming out of Ukraine.
Well, yeah, there's always two sides of the story, but yes, we can talk about this another time.
Okay, I'll see you soon, Bistra. You have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Fox News is going to play on the radio now.
Back at it again with the Lenten season menu with Mezcla, giving you a variety of food you can enjoy and pick from, like the fish tacos, spicy buttered shrimp, parrotfish escabeche, lobster pad capral pasta, crab crusted Chilean sea bass, and more. There you have options. Offered at Hagåtña location for lunch and dinner only at Mezcla. For reservations, call 671-479-2652. What are you waiting for? Let's go celebrate the Lenten season with Mezcla.
Introducing the phone that makes epic the standard, the Samsung Galaxy S22. This Galaxy is oh so beautiful and now available at GTA. Get the Samsung Galaxy S22 on HPO with the Live Limitless wireless plan and enjoy unlimited talk, text, high-speed data, and more for only $55 a month. And for a limited time, when you buy the Samsung Galaxy S22, you'll receive a $200 gas card for free. Come in today and make the Samsung Galaxy and Live Limitless your epic standard. Terms and conditions apply. GTA. We start with you.
Confirmation hearings begin this week for Supreme Court nominee Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. This, as attacks on her have sharpened in the Senate. More from Fox's Gernal Scott.
Judiciary Committee Chair Dick Durbin of Illinois responded to a Twitter thread from Missouri Republican Josh Hawley claiming Judge Jackson's record on child pornography was alarming.
Here's the bottom line. He's wrong. He's inaccurate and unfair in his analysis.
GOP Senator John Barrasso of Wyoming says his concern comes out of words from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
He said she's going to rule with empathy. A judge ought to be making decisions based on the law as written.
Both men on ABC's this week. The hearing's opening statements are Monday with questioning during the week. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
6 bodies have been recovered after a cargo vessel hit a ferry carrying dozens of people along a river outside Bangladesh's capital. It's not clear how many people are still missing. Local media reports there were between 30 and 50 people on board when the collision happened outside Dhaka on Sunday. Spring is here with the National Cherry Blossom Festival kicking off this weekend in our nation's capital. Fox's Jeff Manasso has more.
The famous cherry blossom trees have been a fixture in the nation's capital for over 100 years, currently in stage 4 of bloom.
Peduncle elongation, and it's just when you're first starting to see some of the color, you're starting to see some flowers. Next we go to puffy white as the petals start to emerge, and then of course after that, it's peak bloom.
Like Litteris with the National Park Service, full bloom expected next week. The opening ceremony this weekend attracting thousands in celebration of the 1912 gift of trees from Tokyo, an annual tribute to the friendship between Japan and the U.S. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
And I'm Joe Chiaro, Fox News.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Sorry, I'll get there in a second. I was taking a look at Instagram to see if there was anything compelling that I was missing. And as a matter of fact, there is. There's so many different organizations that throw things up on Instagram. People that put up their own kind of pages of interesting Instagram people and interesting Instagram memes, including U.S. Veteran Hero. U.S. Veteran Hero. You're on Instagram, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, so look for that, U.S. Veteran Hero. And I might have mentioned this before. One of my favorite things about it is it spotlights in essentially women in uniformed roles. Women in law enforcement, military, in the military community, etc. But in many cases, there's a picture of them in uniform, and then there's a picture of them at the beach.
Oh, I see it now, Ray.
Or in sleepwear.
Following.
Hey, how about that? See, that's how bros take care of each other, right?
Yeah.
Portions of the program here brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by my friends over at Mescla. And what are they up to over at Mescla? It's a Lent time at that place. And, it's Lent, so you can eat seafood just about every day. Over there, they've got the variety of food you can enjoy and pick from. Fish tacos, spicy buttered shrimp, parrotfish escabeche, lobster, what? Lobster padka, proa pasta, crab crusted Chilean sea bass, and more. Options offered at the Hagutnya location for lunch and dinner at Mescla. Make reservations, 479-2652. What are you waiting for? Go and celebrate Lent with Mescla today.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on thepoint.gu.
Bistro online with me, and none other than Dr. George Macris texts in this morning. He says, keep the skepticism going, guys. It's healthy. It's healthy. There needs to be. And every once in a while, somebody says, well, you go on the radio and you yak and you just say things. Aren't you worried that you will run afoul of the narrative? Aren't you worried that you will run afoul of everybody else? And I said, no, somebody has got to take the other side. Somebody needs to be on the other side that says, hold up, wait a minute. If it made a lot of sense, I'd buy it. If there was nobody else that was saying these things, I'd buy it.
That would be a scary world, Ray.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Well, if it was all state-run media, here's your press release. This is what we'd like you to say. Lee Weber making another great point in today's Guam Daily Post about where are all of the journalists? Where are all of the creatives out there? Your job is not just to get the press release and show up at the galas and go on. Your job is to do a little bit of research. If they say this, you need to go and fact check them to the best of your ability. This is what they are saying over at Adeloop. This is what they're saying in the public in the doctors' advisory group, the physicians' advisory group. Well, that doesn't constitute all of the physicians on Guam. It doesn't even constitute a small percentage of all of the doctors that we've got here on Guam. There are a number of them that I talk to. Oh, my God. And nurses. Nurses. Have the conversation with nurses. And now, again, you're not going to get universal buy-in from them, but I've found many of the nurses that I know to be rather prickly with all of this stuff that's coming out. There's some people that are going to be impacted. There are going to be people whose comorbidities are going to be made that much worse, and they will die. They will die with COVID-19. But that's not everybody. So you got to think about that in terms of your news, and it might be worth. And you're going to say, "Well, come on, Ray. You seem to take everything is a gas to you." Yeah, because that's always been my way. I've always found that one of the best ways to deal with matapeng, no common sense, is to throw some humor at it and to explain to people, help them understand why some of the things that they are saying and doing really aren't very smart. Really aren't very smart. And I'm gonna throw it back at the Youth Congress today, going to Amanda Shelton saying, there's so many students that are missing credits, so let's let them join a club and they can get credits based on the hours that they are with this club. What are you thinking about, kids? And somebody needs to do that. Okay. This is a grown-up conversation. And I'm sorry, I know you're going to school, so you think you know everything about. No. It's grown-up conversation, and you need to be in class is where you need to be. Clubs are nice. That's good for after school, but this is school, and we're not going to be able to repair losing a semester of mathematics and a semester of English or tomorrow language, if you want to jump into that. We're not going to be able to repair that by you going out there and joining chess club or model club.
Fencing, Ray. I like fencing.
9:11 in the morning. The president of the model club when he was in high school, Ken Leon Guerrero online. Buenas tardes, Ken.
I couldn't agree more with your point right there, because I think what happened.
But there's people supporting it. The guy Sanchez over at the Department of Education, he's down with it. They just want to make changes on I don't know one or two sections of it that will determine whatever the scores are going to be, and say that needs to be a DOE thing. And I'm going, Joe, you know what it needs to be take this idea and go back to the playground, because it's not right. The idea here is that we get kids in classrooms in front of teachers, not joining the club. If you want to join, you want to be in. You know what? I was in junior achievement. I've told you the story 1,000 times. Because it's still funny to me. I was in junior achievement because it gave me and Andy and Ron an opportunity to hang out with public school chicks.
Hey, I got into a scuba diving club because it gave me a chance to 2 days a week go scuba diving off Marine Lab at University of Guam.
Oh, my God. See, and the benefits are there for themselves. You don't need to hold the credit. Pretty soon they're going to be coming up with plenty more excuses not to have the kids in the classroom. They're going to talk about this at the legislature as soon as the minute Telena gets back, so that her committee can review the legislation that was apparently created at the request of the Department of Education to eliminate the legal requirement for 180 days because they missed 24. And at some point, somebody needs to be the grown-up and say, I'm sorry, kids, you missed these days of school. You have to make it up. It's the law. This is the minimum number of educational days and hours that we are required to give you, and we can't live without that. And we're going to send it. They've already had their education imperiled enough, and now we're going to let them graduate, and in some cases graduate without meeting the minimum requirements for that for the classes, and that's a sin.
They're turning a high school diploma into a participation trophy for baseball.
It's like the government printing money. You know, what's the value of it now that we printed an additional $5 or $10 trillion worth of it? It's going to be nothing, and that's why the cost of everything is going up. Thanks, Joe.
Well, that's why they need to, strengthen education, because our children are our greatest export from Guam by far. We send 2,000 to 3,000 of our children every year off into the world, and they're competing with kids from places that have much stronger school systems, or from countries where they go to school all year, and our children are competing against those people for jobs. And that's why I've been such a big proponent for strengthening our education system, because we don't have anything really to hold our kids here. No one grows up saying, I want to be a waiter. No one grows up, goes through high school, grows through. Here's a story. I know a person. He went through University of Guam, got his bachelor's degree in accounting, and the only job he could get was night shift at one of the hotels. So he left the island, joined the Air Force because he had a degree. They put him in OCS. He became a lieutenant. And now he's back here on Guam working as a finance officer. You know, so as long as our economy is going to create 80% low-wage service sector jobs, we need to make sure our children are educated as strongly as possible. When I've shared this story with you, you know, I came here from Dodea in Okinawa. And when I got here, I went to Agate Junior High School. It was mostly a TESOL. Everything was teaching English as a second language for those younger than me. Most of the classes were TESOL. But in math and science, they were so far ahead of me in math and science that I had to stay back in 7th grade because I came from Dodea. And I got here, and back in 67, the education system in Guam was so strong that, you know, that my life is based on a public school education. I went to GW.
You know, break some of that down. I think it'd be an interesting conversation, and I can't have it. You know, I was not, you and I aren't that close together in age, but I want to say that I got into an educational system here on Guam, and I was raised from parents that came up during either during the Second World War or immediately after the Second World War, for whom an education was not seen as, you know, babysitting service for the kids. It was, I mean, you were going to get in there, and we need to rebuild the island, we need to rebuild this family, and we need to do this with smart kids. So there was, I think, a lot more parental involvement in what was going on in all of the schools here on Guam, public and private. And I think that there was something that's happened from those generations now of the kids that kind of don't see the value of the education. So they're not fighting for it as much as they should. If they have a public hearing for this bill to eliminate the requirement for the 24 days, every parent of every public school kid on Guam should show up and say, no, get those kids in the classroom. They're I'm talking to them at the dinner table. They're dumb. Get them in the classroom. Get them in front of teachers. But that's not going to happen because I think there's a great majority. I mean, how many kids couldn't find at the beginning of the last school year? There were 400 or 500 students. What happened to the kids? We don't know. Where's the parents? We don't know. They're still on Guam, obviously. But the parents, you know, they figured out some other accommodations, or they just let the kids run wild.
Well, I'm not surprised that Amanda Shelton was the one that introduced this bill.
Well, I think she has
remember, she saved us from the trash bag.
Yeah, I know, but I think there's a requirement that her office and her committee pass along whatever it is that comes out of the Youth Congress and take that to the legislative floor. But at some point, we need to go, you know what, Youth Congress, it's really good when we've got time to entertain your ideas and your suggestions. It's really good. But right now, we've got to get your parents back to work. We need to get all of the kids, all of the parents of the kids back to work so that we can help rebuild this economy. Otherwise, they've got another generation that's going to come up just as dumb as dumb can be.
Well, it goes back to having, alcoholics setting the bar rules and regulations. You know, these kids have not got enough life experience to realize what the road lies ahead of them because they're all raised on TikTok, and they think that they're going to create a little dance. They're going to become instant millionaires when they get millions of followers that follow their crazy dance. And, you know, in reality, it doesn't work that way. You know, not very many of our children are going to become the next Shaquille O'Neal or the next, super,
Hey, even Shaq
star.
went to school. I mean, come on. Even Shaq went to school. I tell you what, I don't have TikTok. Well, I do, but I don't look at it. I look at Instagram a lot, and there's a lot of TikTok posting Instagram. And I'll tell you what, if you are a girl with the right kind of looks, there's nothing preventing you from getting 500,000 or 650,000 followers on TikTok. But eventually, as Grandma always said, the looks will fade, sweetheart, and you better have something in between your ears that's going to keep you going.
That is so true, and that's why this whole idea of cutting school even further than it has. Because when I went to school back in the dark ages, when we had manual typewriters, we had so much homework that we would have 2 to 3 hours of homework every day after school, and we had to form study groups to work together so that we could attack this level of homework. And it served me well. It really did. I mean, on a GW UOG education, I lived all over the United States. I worked at the top of my field all around the country. And the funny thing was, my favorite story, at one time I was advising the chairman of a company, and he was proudly pointing out the pictures of his 5 sons who all went to, Stanford, Harvard, University of UCLA, and Georgetown, and he was bragging about them. And I kind of had to chuckle because here I am. I'm a UOG graduate, and they just hired me at $1,000 a day to help them turn their company more profitable.
Hey, there's brain power here. There is a brain trust that we've got here on Guam. I don't disagree that there's a possibility that it will be lost. Not necessarily, not as much by kids that are graduating from high school that don't see any opportunity here and they're going to be leaving, but also their parents who have decided that they don't see a whole lot of opportunities here on Guam, and they're filing Chapter 777 these days. It's just sell all of our stuff on Facebook, and if we get desperate, give it all away. But we're getting on that airplane, and we're going to move someplace where the economy is growing much faster, and there aren't as many limitations, and there are good schools, and there are good hospitals, and there are good roads. So, Guam is not the most perfect place in the world for those kinds of things. It could be. It could be. But I don't know that we've raised the right leadership to do that. Maybe if Mike gets elected, I don't know.
Well, it goes back to political will, and I'm talking about the political will of the people. If the people will hold politicians, just hold the ones accountable for all the promises they made, then eventually our politicians will start keeping their promises. But as long as they know they can lie to us and get away with it, they're going to continue to lie to us and get away with it. So it comes back down to us. The seeds of destruction of our education system lie within us because we're the ones who let the politicians get away with dumb things like that.
Yeah, they're watching. Out. Well, what's annoying is the amount of watching that they are doing right now. Among the watching that they are doing is the perfect storm, higher prices. The perfect storm round 2 on today's newspaper. Food, power, fuel costs soar in 2021, and I have not yet heard anything serious from anybody about how they're going to provide a little bit of a pressure release for all of the consumers that we've got here on Guam. And here's the thing. I'll take a look in, is it today's PDN? It might be in the Guam Daily Post, where among all of the things that are going on and all of the pressures on everyday people, consumers here on Guam, there is an ad in the newspaper today for the guys over at the court. And you know what the guys over at the court are looking for? They're looking for somebody to supply them with. There it is, an IFB, indefinite delivery, indefinite quantities to supply and install carpet tiles. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, while you are out there suffering, while you are sweating it out in your Guam hot boxes, concrete hot boxes, because you don't dare turn on the air conditioner for fear that it's going to push you over your power budget, guys over in the judiciary of Guam, which is the castle. Really, it is the castle, guys. They're going to be looking for carpet tiles in there. Because, golly, we couldn't walk on those hard tiles ourselves. They hurt our feet. We'll chirp in our robes if we have some of that stuff. There really needs to be a view at all of the people that are doing the basics, living from paycheck to paycheck, and just want to be able to do that. Just want to just leave me alone with all your nonsense here. But there needs to be a view from the elites that we have in this community that they need to belt tighten as well. They need to endure the sacrifices that common everyday people are, and they aren't. I'm not seeing it.
No, and it's ironic because last week I asked Adelup when the state of the island address is so that I can start preparing my counterpoint to it.
What'd they say?
And
I gotta write it down.
Responded.
You still don't have a date?
No, still don't have a date.
What the hell?
So maybe she's going to not do a state of the island address, and she's going to do it under the emergency public health emergency declaration.
9/24. No, they gotta do it. They just gotta figure out. They'll work on the date when I think once the needle starts moving the right way and they get a nod from the physicians advisory group, then they'll get that done. 9:25. I gotta let you go. I got a bigger name online too.
Okay, talk to you later.
You will. 888-825-5888-TALK. I got to dig it out. It's in one of the newspapers, but the guy that's in charge of GSWA this week was speaking at Rotary last week. That didn't sound mean, did it? But anyway, so there's the new guy, and he had some things to say about waste energy maybe being too expensive for us to be looking at here on Guam. And I'll bet Dave Sablon would be able to repudiate some of those lines. Good morning, Dave. How you doing?
Good morning, Ray. Good morning, everyone.
Did you see the article of which I refer?
Yes, I did. I read it, and I don't really know what numbers he's using, but I think he's missing a lot of components to the actual formula to determine what the actual tipping fee would be per ton and per household. And, it's very interesting because it's starting, the discussion and the debate on waste energy is starting to come back up again. And I think it's because people are realizing that a landfill alone is going to be very expensive, especially if we have to keep building new cells every 5 years, which is what we're doing right now. I think we're in cell number 3, and we're now looking at building cell number 4 before cell 3 gets full. And it's going to be full in a few years because I think it was just commissioned a year ago, probably. So it takes a couple of years to build a new cell. So as we continue to build more cells, spending anywhere from about 20 to 30 million per cell, depending on how deep it's going to go. And bear in mind that the Dandan Savannah, where the landfill is located, has a tremendous amount of water, groundwater, below that surface. So the depth of the cells are probably not going to be any deeper than 10 feet, no matter where you build it. And so you got a bit of a problem there. So instead of a hole, you're actually going to create a mountain of waste. Because that's the only way you're going to be able to, give it a 5-year life.
Well, there was none of us that wanted it there.
Yes, I was one of them, and I think Senator Sabina Perez was one, because she and I actually worked together to try to move it to a more better location, rather. At Guatali, which is what GRRP, Guam Resource Recovery Partners, was suggesting. There's also the Mala'a, which is just behind the Veterans Cemetery in just below Nimitz Hill there. And so these are places where it could have been built, and it would have been just as fine. It's already got a natural valley, a depth where you can actually just fill it up and then, cover it over. But GRP was also suggesting waste energy, Ray, simply because when you got, raw garbage, you're going to have to worry about methane gas. You're going to have to cover it. And forever and ever thereafter you cover it, you have to monitor that gas. Otherwise, it could explode.
Correct.
And so, or you can harvest it and then use it to burn. But methane destroys the ozone. So you got to be very careful with that. So waste energy, you burn the trash, you reduce the volume by 90%, and all you deposit at the landfill would be 10% worth of ash. So you can extend the life of the landfill. And these costs and these positive aspects, when you throw that into the formula, you come up with a very, very economical number that people can afford. Now, let's talk about that. If it's landfill alone, and I bet you can talk to any of these garbage collectors that pick up at the commercial, establishments, they're probably paying somewhere between $176 to $180 per ton.
Okay.
And by the way, that is being subsidized by our Section 30 money, the tax money that comes in from all the military folks that pay taxes back to their state. About $6 million of that is taken away to pay the debt service. And the reason is that if that was, not taken away, and we as the people are charged the full cost of service for this landfill down at Luzon, we'd be paying close to about $60 to $80 a month. That's what the true cost of service is. So we have to have it subsidized by our tax money. And that was the only way as well that the receiver could actually sell that bond to build Luzon. Because they were going to do an audit, the bondholder saying, okay, if we're going to be basing it on the revenue that's going to come from collecting the tipping fees, we want to see what your numbers.
Well, subscriber numbers would be half of what they are right now if the nut was that high, if the monthly nut was that high. And I think that even at $30 some odd with what we've got now in that, I got a feeling that we probably are probably going to see more people saying, well, I just can't afford to keep up with this. I'm going to have to start figuring out how to dump it myself over at the transfer station.
It has to be continually subsidized by our tax money. And so the way the receiver got around the audit by the bondholders is that he says, well, He went back to the government and said, look, we need to take it out of Section 30. The minute the bondholder said, oh, it's going to come from the tax revenues that is guaranteed every year.
Yes.
No problem. We'll go with the bond sale.
And their first lien, correct? Their first lien. So that payment
to the Treasury.
Yeah, they get their money before we do.
Well, just to finish up here.
Yeah.
Based on just the landfill alone, that's how much you'd have to pay per ton. And then, of course, we're paying $30 a month on per household, right? And that's been like that since, I think, 2011. And that's because any higher than that, you're going to get price elasticity, and people are going to complain, and they're going to throw more garbage into the boondocks.
Yep.
However, when you're burning the trash and then you create electricity, now this is a two-component facility. You know, an incinerator, you burn the trash, and I wonder whether this new general manager is just talking about that number. But when you turn around and you also generate electricity and then sell it to the Guam Power Authority, you take that revenue and offset the cost to run that incinerator. You come down to, believe it or not, Ray, $60 a ton. Okay? So you and I in a household probably generate about 3 tons of garbage per year. That's 4 pounds per garbage per day per person. In a household of 4, approximately, you're coming to approximately 3 tons per household. Times $30 or times 100. Or what did I say? $60 per ton.
Yep.
That's $240 a year per ton that we're paying. Divide that by month, comes down to less than $20 a month. Okay,
I'd love to be able to keep that money. I think there needs to be a debate. I think there needs to be that conversation. He referred to ways.
I'm being invited, by the way, by Mayor Alec of Petey to come and talk to his municipal planning council. He's also trying to arrange a meeting, as well as Mayor Tony Chargaloff of Inarajan, Mayor Melissa Savares of Verido. I've talked to these mayors. They're trying to arrange, and also to Executive Director Angel Sablano of the Mayor's Council. And I talked to them. I said, look, let me talk to your mayors. Let me give you a presentation on this whole thing, because this debate has to come to the forefront again, and it has to be now put into reality. And I think Leader Chris Duenas in the Senate and the legislature is also wanting to get this thing on the board to discuss with his colleagues. And hopefully the governor as well will see the light of day that this contract that GRP has is beneficial for the people. Ray, I'm a businessman. I won't support anything that's going to harm, the welfare of our people here in Guam. But I've been pushing this thing for more than 20 years, and hopefully, the leaders that we have now and the people will understand that this is beneficial for us, and it should be moved forward so that we can lessen the impact to our environment with just this landfill alone.
Well, I don't. The environment is the environment, and that's a separate conversation. It's a good one. The same way that they have a value of solar when we make these calculations on solar, whether it's distributed solar, whether it's centralized solar, that I know the guys over at GPA are more fond of. They want to be in control of everything. I did notice in the conversation, though, about people that you want to meet with, you did not include the CCU or the Guam Power Authority. At which point do we need to, you and another smart guy? I think JB's as smart as you when it comes to the engineering and being able to meld the two systems together, as they've done so well with some of the other other resource companies, with the solar and wind, et cetera. So the question is, when are you going to sit down with JB? I'd love to be able to kick back and drink a beer and listen to both of you guys have a conversation about this.
John Benavente is 100% supportive of this. I've talked to him. I agree with the plan that the CCU is working on, with some solar, some oil-generated generators that are more efficient now, probably more than 50% efficient because of the burning of additional heat that comes out from the smokestacks. Turn it back around and create more steam, so you increase the efficiency of the fuel oil generators, and then you add waste to energy to it, producing maybe in the neighborhood of about maybe 24 megawatts of additional electricity from trash alone, which is actually, believe it or not, the second cleanest fuel source behind natural gas. And I know that the CCU is working towards a natural gas type of generating facility throughout the island-wide power system. I 100% support how they're approaching that. So they're on board already. So, if they want to talk to me again, I'm happy to sit down and talk with them. But I believe the board members and John Benavente, who's an engineer, fully understand this. They're just waiting for the contract to be implemented, and I'm just, believe it or not, I'm just waiting now for the governor to sign off on the amended contract that we came up with in mediation, court-ordered mediation. So the new contract is set to go. I just need her signature. Once it's signed, Ray, we go and break ground, get our permits, and this thing will move.
Yeah, unfortunately, as you said, you've been fighting this this battle for as many decades, and the truth is, I've heard you say that about which I want to say definitely Eddie for sure. Did we not have some kind of indication from the Camacho administration that they would help you move forward at some point with this conversation?
Well, I've talked to now candidate for governor, Felix Camacho. I had breakfast with him one morning, and we sat down and talked about the different technologies that are available. And I said, the contract doesn't specify the technology. We can take whatever technology is going to benefit the people and put it into the put it into the formula that we have in the contract, and we're ready to go. So it's fluid in terms of the technology, and I think Felix was was on board with that.
What is pyrolysis? It sounds like something that we might be able to run down a parallel sales. It doesn't sound like incineration. Isn't that the new high tech kind of next generation version of waste energy?
It's probably zapping the trash almost at the same heat level as a lightning bolt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you still need some sort of electrical source in order to generate that. The issue there is to get rid of the garbage, not so much creating
to make energy.
To make energy, because you still need an energy source to create the zapping.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I think it's actually the heat of the sun. I think at some point you get this into some kind of antimatter deal in a chamber, and you put the trash in there, and it literally disappears. Because 9:37, always an interesting conversation with you. We'll see where this goes. Look, guys, the cost of everything is going to be going up. No, not a problem. Cost of power is going up, and that is a pass through for most businesses. Everybody's got to pay it, and frankly, you're paying for the increases when you go shopping at all the different stores and whatever it is that you're buying. On top of that is an energy tax called their electric bill, and that gets passed along to the customers. At some point, they're not going to be able to absorb that new tax on their businesses. They will pass it along to all of the other customers, who will in turn have pressure on their budgets being able to support those businesses. So we've got to figure out a way to get out from under gas and oil as much as we can around here. And if that's the smart one for now, then that's the smart one. And maybe the guys, you need to be able to get the buy-in from the guys that are running the solid waste system and saying, this needs to be. You need to understand that we want to integrate this into your plan. So get on board.
Yeah, one thing, by the way, I forgot to mention, Ray. I'm going to address the Guam Solid Waste Management Authority Board next month. I think on the 21st. I'm going to do a little presentation to them by Zoom. And I hope the new general manager will listen in. I'm not being critical of him, by the way, because I'm sure he understands a lot, but I think his numbers were not complete in terms of how he was discussing this matter with the Rotary Club the other day. When Larry Gast was the general manager, I appeared with him on a radio show, and we talked about waste energy, and Larry was 100% on board with it, because up and down the entire East Coast, land is really very precious and very valuable, and you don't want to keep using it for landfills. So there's a lot of waste energy plants up and down the East Coast, and Larry was very familiar with them in Florida, which is where he's originally from. And I think he's back there now. And but he was for this, so that's why I couldn't figure out why these two general managers, if they're both engineers, 1 + 1 should always equal 2, right?
Well, I'm looking at that. He made reference to a calculator on the WTE. That's WasteToEnergyInternational.com. It's a private business, a private concern, obviously, but they put together for municipalities just like us a little bit of a spreadsheet. You punch in the numbers, and it will give you a number at the end of it, which will, I suppose, give you an idea whether or not this is something that you're going to be interested. But it's interesting to see some of the things in there that would help get to that calculation. Again, I keep going back to the value of solar, which is one of the ways that people look at at more than just a fuel offset. What are the other savings for these power providers? And I think this does the same thing. It would give you the value now of the waste energy project. But I note that it leaves out a few things when it comes to the operations of these plants and offset costs that the Guam Power Authority, if they become part of the plan, might be able to talk about and use to make it easier for the consumers. That is to the degree that GPA gets involved. I think you still want to do it as a private concern.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. One other point is that this is a private project, contracted with the government. It is not the government putting its money up to build this facility. Mm-hmm. The only thing that the people have to worry about is how much is it going to cost them to actually, take advantage of this service.
Which is an avoided cost to the degree that you're able to keep that out of your kilowatt hour charge.
That's correct, because GPA won't buy it if it's more than the avoided cost. So it's going to be at avoided cost or less. And that's why, JB and the board, I'm sure they're fully on board. As long as we can buy it at something less than what it cost us to produce electricity using fuel oil, you got a deal. And that's the way they've always been telling me, and they're in full agreement. So we just have to come to that number, and we can. I mean, I have a different formula table here than what this new general manager is suggesting on the internet, and the numbers make a lot of sense for us here. So it's a question of whether the numbers are correct and the kind of numbers that he put into this this formula on the internet. But notwithstanding, the numbers that I have are actual and factual. So it's beneficial. That's why I'm really strongly behind it. Because I've seen it operating in Japan. I went to a facility up there and I looked at it.
Singapore's got them.
Efficient.
Singapore uses waste energy to the degree that it makes sense for that island, because they're an island. Ain't much bigger than Guam, and you can imagine that they probably generate a whole lot more trash than the island of Guam does, and they don't want to build any landfills either.
2 million people there, So, and what do we have? 175,000. So compare
on a good
that to
day.
2 million, yeah.
On a good day. 9:41, Dave. It's always fun talking with you. I hope that there's an opportunity to get a lot of these mines. I don't want, I don't want it to appear like I'm giving Slike a hard time. It's just that my bias is towards this because it takes us one step further away from oil, and it's a 24-hour a day benefit that we'd be able to get. We got this thing running about 340 days a year. A few days left for maintenance to go clean out the crud from the boiler and start the fire again. 9:42. You have a great day. I'll talk to you again soon.
You too, Ray. Thank you very much.
You know what? 888-825-5888-TALK. I mean, even Kenley and Guerrero, who's got issues with waste energy, I'm sure as the prices go up, he's been chiming in on the Facebook Live during the entire conversation. But even he says, this is an important conversation. I'd like to get into it. I'd like to figure it out. He's got issues because the area that he was talking about, Guatali, is it Guatali?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of his backyard.
Oh, yeah.
That's LG Place. But it's nice there. Just start throwing trash in there now. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's 9:42 in the morning as usual. I've spent too much time yakking. So let me take this break and we'll figure out how we're going to kill 20 minutes. There's I'll tell you how we're going to kill it here. There's a phrase that you hear every once in a while. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. And I hope nobody ever says that about me. I hope what they say is, oh, how the mighty has gotten fat. Right? That's where I'm going. I'm working on it. I'm trying to keep my, this is going to make macros crazy. I'm going to try to keep my calorie intake at about 1,500.
Oh, wow.
Which is...
That's the new skinny, Ray.
That's 18 Michelob Ultras. But now, if I want to eat, if I am eating, I'm heavy towards proteins, not so much by way of starches, and so you know where all the rest of this is going. I try to work out at the house, high intensity interval training, and then of course I'm back on the road. I'm doing running, and I'm not going to tell you where because I don't want you driving around going, he did get fat. Oh my God, is he pregnant? So that's I just want to be in good enough shape. April 9th is my target. I want to be in good enough shape on April 9th to be able to run that 5K that the GRC is doing that I told you about last week.
You
Absolutely.
can do this, man.
Totally free, no frills. I want to say if you go to the GRC Facebook page, there's the waiver, because you got to sign a waiver. It's on every application anyway. You know what it is. So you sign the waiver, and then bang, you're in. You don't have to pay for anything. But flip side of that, you don't get anything. There's no bib. There's no timing. I don't think they're going to bring out the timer. So it might be just you and your Strava keeping track of what's going on. I don't think there may or may not be prizes at the end. There may or may not be the water, even water sodas.
Oranges for you.
Yesterday's, quarter pieces of OJ. Have I done the Wordle today?
No.
It was Wordle in 5 yesterday. I'll work on it in a couple of minutes. 9:44 to move.
$15 buy now, get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not one, not two, but 3-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match 3-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Half a day. This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. Gas prices continue to rise, and we are here to help. We have revised Programan Salapi to provide a $300 direct cash assistance payment to most households. We heard your struggle, and we hope this relief will help during these difficult times. Applications will be accepted starting Tuesday, March 15, 2022. For more information, visit doa.guam.gov.
This ad is paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
Fuel up today with the new $8 gasolina meal. 2 all-beef Nathan's hot dogs, a big bag of chips, regular size M&Ms, and a 16-ounce gasolina energy drink. The brand new drink in a black can that brings a burst of energy. Drive in now and fire up your day with the $8 gasolina meal. Promo is only available at your favorite Circle K Guam locations while supplies last. Circle K, take it easy.
I am taking it easy. 9:46 in the morning. Don't take it easy. Go and buy a car over at Nissan. Here's the way it works. NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. Just a handful of days, a scant handful of days that you've got to be able to get yourself into a 2021. Brand new, been on the lot, and they need to make room for the 2022s. And for the most part, they did. All they got left is Kicks and Titans now over at the Nissan Guam place. That and used cars. They got a bunch of used cars, and maybe this is one of those, because I get it. There's a bunch of people going, well, you know, the times in the future are going to be kind of dicey. I don't know what's going to be happening with money. Maybe this year I don't buy a totally brand new car. I'll get one that's on the Nissan lot. Here's why you want to do that. Number one, save a whole lot of money. And number two, yeah, they can do the financing for you. Number three, greatest trick here is that these cars, for all intents and purposes, are going to feel like new cars. I mean, some of them, 2020s, 2019s, and things like that. Not a whole lot of miles underneath them. And anything that they needed to do to make it showroom fresh, they did. Ugly tires? Okay, new tires on that one. Get some belts in there. We're going to change out all the fluids, 32-point inspection. And then they take a look at the Blue Book and say, no, those numbers are too high. And they start chopping away at them. So take a look at that. The 2021s, and great deals on those. We got the used cars, great deals on those as well. And if you got your eye on a 2022, you got to check out the Sentra. More standard items than I think any other car in its class. I mean, we're not talking, it's not stuff you don't want. I mean, there's standard items that you want that the other guys are going to say, oh, that's an option, another $1,000. Not at Nissan, baby. NissanGuam.com. All right. From the Running Club group, let's see. Yes, link and race announcements are on the Facebook and Instagram for the Guam Running Club if you'd like to get information or you want to sign off on that waiver right now. I suggest that you do it. It's commitment. It's showing your commitment to your health and the running community here on Guam. And so I'm kind of curious as to, please don't ask what average 5K time is these days, because the correct answer for me is 35. If I make it all 5K, that's how bad it's gotten for me. People ask me, are you running? I'm like, do you see this gut? Does it look like I'm running? No, Ray, but I thought I'd be nice. Thank you. Thank you for the attempt. That's nice. That's sweet. So also over the weekend, you might have noted that there were a number of runners out there early morning on the what I call the Marathon from Hell. Actually, it's not. It's the Marathon from the Village next to Hell. The Marathon from Hell is actually up in the CNMI. I've told you about that. You start at the Hyatt, run up the hill to the Marianas Resort, and then back down, and you're going, okay, it's back down, right? Hey, ought to get a gravity return. No. You got about 6.5 miles straight down to PIC after that, and you're going, okay, this is it, last quarter of the race. I think I got this now. No, there's no break catching in the CNMI. No, this is put together. Because if it was me, can I just keep running down to the airport? Is it possible? Can I do that? Can I take a curve? No, we want you to turn around and face the sun and a headwind like they've got over at the port. That's what the last quarter of the marathon is in Saipan. And I did it twice. No, I don't learn. But they did a marathon here on Guam, and here's what we've got. Solo runners, congratulations to Nathan Brown in the open division. Youngster. Are you ready for this? 26.2 miles. I don't know that this is a record, but, man, it sure looks like it's got to get close. Nathan Brown ran the entire marathon in 2 hours and 50 minutes. What?
Jeez, that's
Under
crazy.
3 hours for this grueling marathon.
Who hurt you, man?
Chris Rasmussen, second place overall, 3 hours, 17 minutes. Sharon Hawley, Sharon is the overall women's finisher, and she runs in the female submaster category, 3 hours, 18 minutes. Richard Bloss, 3:33. Hey, nice going there. Jeff Vorwald in fifth place, 3 hours and 35 minutes. Hey, there's Peter Bloss, and he's still cruising. This guy is a Grandmaster. That's right, Grandmaster. So 60 plus now, mind you. Grandmaster is first place in the Grandmaster category, sixth place overall, 3 hours and 41 minutes. Diane Cepeda comes in, female submaster, 3 hours, 47 minutes. I call her Little Miss. Damon Jensen, 4 hours, 14 minutes. Female master Lorelei Flynn, 4 hours, 22 minutes. And at 10th place, Charles Bernstein, 4 hours, 32 minutes. Now, we got a bunch of other names. I won't give you the times, so just go down the rest of the list. There's Mylene Garcia, ultra runner, marathon runner. What do they call it? Triathlete. A triathlete.
Yeah.
I want to say, what's the one with the big M on it? Iron Man.
Oh,
I think she's done Iron Man too. Iron Man, Iron Woman. Joe Cruz there, not the one in front of me.
Wasn't me, man.
Lisa Cruz, Dylan Horseman, Gino Provito, nice. Barian Flynn, Romy Elizaga. Wow, Romy. Patrick Day, Joe D. Martin, Christopher Hardnett, and Robert Gray. And anybody that wasn't running in the solo category was probably in the Ekiden Relay. Ekiden Relay, basically, where they break it down by 4, and you just got to do a quarter marathon.
Never pick the last leg, man, because you'll be waiting forever. I get that.
Team BFF, and I think that's Felice and some of the Felice from over at Beyond the Box. I think that's her group. Then there's We Got This in second place, Jordan Ringals, Mud Trailblazers, and Stroller Machine. Congratulations. Stroller Machine. I wonder if there's either one of the Adlets might have been in that particular one, because I think he's still kids 18 now. Division. Kid's old enough to drive, but he's still in pushing the stroller. 9:52. Congratulations to everybody. I'm not going to say this is a marathon year for me. I'm going to do my best to make it in the very least a half marathon year. That's in the very least that's what I'm going to attempt to do. I'd like to get up to a 10K level. I've been in conversation online. And one of the last fast 10Ks that I did was not on Guam. It was in Manila. The guys over at Maxim's and Resort World Manila invited me out there to do a run, and it was kind of a high point. There was a lot of stuff going on that particular August, and I get out there and running around having a good time, and it was neat because I didn't know anybody there and they didn't know me. I kind of in very few instances they knew who I was because they're Filipino superstars. And I'm just the guy on the radio in Guam. Yeah. And I get into this thing, and all the guys are kind of looking at me. We're all kind of checking each other out. And then the race starts, and past a lot of these guys. Because, they were pretty. That was your job. I'm pretty. I have a show. I have a movie. And sometimes I sing, but I'm pretty. Not necessarily fast runners. There was a triathlete that was there, and around my same age group, and we had a good time talking smack about some of these kids that thought that they were going to beat the 2 old men that were there. Nice. I'm looking forward to maybe even fast 10K by then. 9:53 in the morning. As I said when I launched into the break, it's kind of an interesting time for a lot of people. We talk about how the mighty have fallen, and it wasn't that long ago the disastrous exit of the United States from Afghanistan. And fortunately for some, there were individuals that were able to make it out of Afghanistan. And some prior to the pullout saw what was coming, and some after the pullout. And they've found themselves in the United States of America. And there's a story of at least one diplomat, if you will, Afghanistan's last finance minister. And so he was able to take his vast years of experience as being a finance guy, a financial wizard, if you will, for Afghanistan, made enough money for the country, so when their president fled, he was able to abscond with all of the Treasury's money. Party. Some of that might have been put there by Afghanistan's last finance minister. You know what the guy's doing now?
No.
Hello, your Uber driver is here. I'm serious. I'm serious. Khalid Payanda was Afghanistan's finance minister overseeing a $6 billion budget. Now, 7 months after Kabul has fallen to the Taliban, he is at the wheels of a Honda Accord. Payanda swiped at his phone and opened the Uber app, which offered his quest for the weekend. For now, his success was measured in hundreds of dollars rather than billions. And he said, you know what? Got to get humping. Got to get humping. If I complete 50 trips in the next 2 days, I get a $95 bonus. This is the guy that used to run the finances of Afghanistan. Senior U.S. officials have largely moved on from the Afghanistan war, which began 20 years earlier with high-minded promises of democracy, human rights, and women's rights. And that ain't going to happen now because Mr. Taliban is in charge of the cable TV in that town. 9:55 and change. And as we think about ways to success, you know what the pathway is to becoming a billionaire, Real Joe?
How do we do that, Ray?
We have to be Chinese.
Oh, that's right.
Doggone it. Here's a story. China has been producing new billionaires, including, here's your gender gap, your pay gap nonsense, including female billionaires, much faster than any other country in the world. The U.S., second, by an incredibly large margin. When I say it, it'll make you mad. It'll make you mad because you and I grew up in the United States. And we were, this was it. We're the power, the free world. And the economy, commerce, power extended from our American fingertips, right? And say what you will about being from Guam and whatever, the activists have got to say. I'm sure that there were still a bunch of them that, at their heart of hearts go, well, it's time to decide. Do you want to turn in your American passport? Go, wait, whoa.
Yeah,
but would you trade it now, notwithstanding current events, would you trade it for a Chinese passport? If you could take your smarts and be able to do business, I mean a lot of business in China, would you do it? The U.S., second by a large margin, produces billionaires and companies with much bigger global influence. The three cities with the biggest billionaire populations are now all in China. Shenzhen is in third place. New York City was in third place. Beijing and Shanghai are the top two. And you might be wondering, where's fifth now? If it's Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, New York, London is in fifth place. There's another one of these empires that used to have all of the control and have all of the natural resources of islands and nations that are now islands and nations all around the world. China has more total billionaires, and its billionaire population is growing 3 times faster than the United States. And this is that margin I was telling you about. There are 716 billionaires in the United States. There's me, Joe, 2 or 3 Calvos, 2 or 3 Camachos, all of the Joneses, and then I don't know, some other guys.
Yeah.
There are 1,133 billionaires in China. So 716 versus 1,133. True economic power, because you got to get somebody that says, yeah, but it's whatever, man. It's just money. True economic power is better measured by the value of companies rather than the individuals. The U.S. has a huge edge here. In America, real estate, industrial products, and healthcare have been behind most of the big money in China. Wealth from top billionaires in the U.S. come mainly from global tech providers, financial services, and of all things, entertainment. All of that Marvel stuff, all the movies that we send there, NBA, and all of that's, as they say, big in China, and that's where a lot of the money is coming in from the United States. At any rate, of the most successful self-made female billionaires in the world, 60 to 70% are Chinese, a rate that stayed consistent over the last 16 years. And they say a lot of the reason for that is they had that one-child rule, which meant that it was easier for women to be able to find health care, child care during the day. So they went to work. And so a lot of these women are smart. They know how to take 50 cents and turn it into $1. And now they are billionaires. So, like I said, you want a shot at that kind of financial prowess, greatness, might be worth talking about making friends in China. 9:59 and change. I gotta go. Did we kill 4 hours today? This is it. Last minutes of the show. All right, we'll see if I've got another 16 hours left in me before the end of the week. Look, here it is for Real Joe, Jerry Roberts, and Donna De Jesus. My name is Ray Gibson saying thank you so much, and thanks for putting up with me. More yak like this time tomorrow. Stand by for Fox News.
I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News. Russia's defense ministry giving the people in Mariupol until 5 a.m. Moscow time, about 2 hours away, to surrender and be given humanitarian corridors to get out. Ukraine's U.S. Ambassador Oksana Markarova on CBS's Face the Nation.
We're hearing all these horrific reports about targeting the school, the art school with 400 people hiding in the basement, about, retirement home in Kreminne and elsewhere, where more than 50 people died from shelling. And what happens in Mariupol is an epitome of war crime.
Meanwhile, management of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant says 50 staff members who had been on the job since the plant was seized by Russian forces late last month have been rotated out and replaced. President Biden preparing for a trip this week to Belgium for Thursday's NATO summit. Fox's Mark Meredith reports.
The president is back here at the White House. He was spending his weekend in Delaware, and obviously there's going to be a big focus on what the president will say when he goes overseas this week for what could be the most important foreign trip he's had since taking office. Press Secretary Jen Psaki did put out a tweet writing the trip will be focused on continuing to rally